Hello and welcome to another stream of Vampyr, continuing the playthrough. So the stream title for this part is a reference to the vampire movie Near Dark. So I've named this stream Near to Dark. Wanted to keep it, not exactly the same, but a little bit the same. So that's why this stream session is called Near to Dark. Been trying to make each stream title for this playthrough reflect a name of a vampire movie. The first stream, not so much, because I didn't think of the idea until after the first stream. But the first stream was just called A Bloody Beginning. And after that stream, I decided that the rest of the streams would be titled a reference to a vampire movie. And so this stream session is referencing the movie title Near Dark. Hey there, Calm. Welcome. How's things going? Yeah, Calm, I've already had that one. Yeah, I had that one for one of the previous stream sessions. Hello there, Star. Hope it's going well. Welcome on in.
Good evening.
Hello again.
Can I see...
As long as you have...
Excellent, I think that's what I need to craft the final weapon upgrade for the scythe. Well, good. Well, oh, that's right. Yeah, I already upgraded that. I need to do this. So, need aluminium parts. I've got 1. Need 5.
Good evening.
Hello again.
Can I see...
As long as you...
Excellent. There we go. Got all that I need.
Without the wet boots keeping things straight, these parts will be running completely amok.
Come, the titles really set the mood. Oh yeah. That's something that I've wanted to do this year that I didn't do before, is have each stream with a name for the part. And sometimes it's hard because there's some games that I finish in one stream, so I have to think of a title that reflects the overall game. But yeah, it's been fun to think of titles and come up with different ones for different games for different stream sessions. Star, all's well on the home front. Well, that's excellent, Star. I'm glad to hear that. That's good. Let's upgrade to enhance the damage of the perfect scythe. There we go. Got that leveled up. Okay, regeneration serum. Sort that out, and blood serum.
Meantime, the boys are waiting.
Starlight, you're watching Home on the Range. I never saw that movie. Is it your first time watching, or have you seen it before? Star, you saw it when you were just little. Just background noise right now. Strange movie. The bad guy yodels to capture cows. Really? Huh. Interesting. It's an interesting quirk to give a villain. Really? Yeah. It's like, what?
Good evening, Mr. Throckmorton.
Dr. Reid, can I be of any assistance? Have you noticed anything suspicious lately?
Have you heard any rumors regarding Sean Hampton's shelter?
The sad saint will always be a target for vampires, but I'm keeping an eye out.
Are you worried about the sanitary situation in London?
It seems the Guard of Priwen has declared war on vampires. I'm not sure if that's a good thing, though.
Really? I thought you'd be thrilled by this news.
The Guard can be reckless. They rush into a fight without thinking. The citizens of London should not be the collateral victims.
Goodbye, and good hunting, Mr. Throckmorton.
I can't protect the whole city. It's hard enough to cover the docks by myself.
Star, vampire or werewolf? What's better, Team Edward or Jacob? Yeah, I keep hearing that Twilight's about vampires, but vampires don't sparkle, so it can't be about vampires. As for vampires versus werewolves outside of Twilight, vampires have always been my #1 favorite horror creature. Then zombies, and then werewolves. Star, werewolves are your favorite. That's fair enough, yeah. It is interesting, though, that those three creatures, all three, when they bite someone, makes them become one of them. I think it's because there's something, #1, it's something primal about biting you know, teeth, sharp things, biting, and all that kind of stuff. Star, oh, you agree, vampires don't sparkle, shouldn't sparkle. Yeah. I mean, hey, you know, vampires are a creature that doesn't have a copyright holder, so if you want to make your vampire sparkle, you can make them sparkle, but that doesn't mean that everyone's going to like it, but you could make your vampires be creatures that are immune to everything but snot. It's like, I'm a vampire, you can't kill me. Oh, but I can. I've amassed all the snot that I could amass. And the vampire's like, no, not the snot. Yes. And shoots him with a snot gun. We just watched a vampire movie, Last Voyage of Demeter. Very slow movie, was it? Yeah, I've heard a lot about that one. It was in development for a very long time. It's been a long time since I read the Bram Stoker novel, Dracula, so I can't really remember how much of that event is covered. But given how long a voyage at sea would have been, you know, especially back in that time period, it's definitely something that leaves open plenty of storytelling opportunities to, you know, to cover as well. Okay, so question is, where are these posters? Because the icon for them is appearing on the map above the screen, but when I go near the spot, there's nothing else that's visually indicating to me that there's a poster. It was very atmospheric, just not that exciting. Yeah, that's a tricky thing about any movie, really. Like, the pacing of it can definitely affect the viewer. You know, sometimes a movie can be slow-paced, but it still feels like you're constantly having things happen in it that are interesting and that maintain your interest. But then there's some where that doesn't happen, and so it's akin to checking your watch every 2 seconds to see if a minute has passed yet. And overall, that process makes it drag on and on and on and on. Aha. Here's a poster. Is it? No, it's not a poster of vampire hunting. Never did Star. Never played any of the Blood Rain games.
Something that'll strike your fancy. If not, I'll find you something.
Game. Where are these vampire posters? Like, seriously. Ah, I see now, yes. So we can either burn them or stick them. Okay, so what's the differentiation between where you stick the poster and where you burn it? Aside from visually the thing, but I mean, these icons are all the same. There's no differentiation between the icon that's signifying burning the poster versus putting it up. So I really thought it'd be one that I would play. Yeah, I mean, I've seen bits and pieces from it, but sometimes some games just never entered my field of wanting to buy it myself. I was probably too busy playing other games at the time.
Informing London's inhabitants of the presence of vampires. What does that make me? A double or a triple agent?
Very good question, Jonathan.
Easy does it, boys. We can do it. Easy. It's one of the... It's mine! Filthy
Done. Mr. Throgmorton should be happy.
My wife said she's leaving me because of my obsession with tennis. And I'm too old. I said, I'm only 40, love. That's a good one, Mr. Gote. Thank you for redeeming the Arnie impression for it.
So much.
Good evening, Mr. Throgmorton.
Dr. Reid.
I put up your public service announcement. Consider the common folk warned about the vampiric presence.
Thank you, Dr. Reid. You may not realize it, but you saved a great many lives today.
Do you really think they could be useful?
See the sad saint of the East End? How a single man can help so many people? I consider myself the discreet protector of these men and women.
Tell me, Ichabod, why do you consider yourself the protector of Sean Hampton's shelter?
He is a truly inspiring example. Dedicated, pious. His shelter is open to all, whoever they are. Most admirable.
Goodbye, and good hunting, Mr. Throgmorton.
Wet boots shouldn't be fighting each other. They've got bigger problems elsewhere.
Come, you be Beethoven, I'll be Bach.
It's locked, all right.
Mr. Gote, how have you been finding the game? Any dramas so far with it? Well, there's been some frustrating gameplay things to overcome. Number one is the combat. Because you have enemies that can do combo moves against you, you can also have more than one enemy ambushing you at once. And you can get stun locked to the point where you can't even do the dodge kind of move. So that can be frustrating. Sometimes the enemy gets a burst of OPness randomly as well. But I've still enjoyed the game though. It's still been a good game. I can see myself doing another playthrough in the future, taking a different approach. Every district has a health, an overall health, and each character that is part of that district that you can interact with, they have their own individual health. And their blood quality indicates whether or not you're going to get a small amount of XP, a medium amount, or the full amount. And so, for example, if we have a look at the citizen menu here, the docks area, it's 86% and it's in the stable category. These people, Booth Digby, I need one more hint to increase his blood quality to full. Now you can either decide to leave the characters be, or you can kill them. To kill them though, you need to have a mesmerized level that matches theirs. So Booth Digby, for example, is mesmerized level 4. So even if I had his XP meter full, I wouldn't be able to do anything because I don't have mesmerized level 4. If you choose to kill your human characters, it will affect the overall health status of the area, and the lower that goes, you'll start to see different kinds of enemies, stronger enemies start to appear. But also there might be story repercussions. So what I'm doing now is going around. I don't have the cures for everything, but for the things that I do have cures for, I'm going around to those characters and increasing their health to keep them alive. There's some characters that I've decided that I'm not going to kill, but there's some characters that I have decided, but I haven't got their XP to full yet. And there's also some that I'm on the fence about as well. So this whole system is very interesting, especially because you're playing as a doctor as well, who's a vampire. Come OPness. Yeah, like OP standing for overpowered. And if you were to say overpoweredness, OPness would be what you would say. But of course, dirty-minded people would hear OPness and make it out to be that. But that was not the intended context for using the
So much noise.
the shortcut
Vampire kills
abbreviation.
silence.
Oh, that character returned. Went back. Interesting. Mr. Gote, did you check? Oh, shit. Sorry, dude. Sorry, I actually forgot. Sorry, I had so many things that I've had happen since then that I forgot.
I hope they're all right.
Good evening, sir. I'm glad to see you safe.
I am not safe. I should never have come back here. My life is in danger. I know it.
You're much safer here than in that contaminated area.
Bullets kill people quicker than diseases and epidemics, Dr. Reid.
Do you have recent news of Sean Hampton's shelter?
I heard he kept on helping people, but I tried to stay away from his shelter. I don't feel safe there.
Are you worried about the sanitary situation in London?
Not really. I've spent so many days hiding to escape retaliation from the Wet Boot Boys. Now that there's so much chaos, they might forget about me.
Mr. Gote, you're a good dude. Don't worry too much. Sorry, Mr. Gote. I definitely will make an effort to actually check it out.
What can you tell me about this district?
The East End Docks only knows one rule. Dog eat dog, and blood calls for blood. The gang will have their revenge on me one way or another.
What can you tell me about the locals?
Most people would say that Sean Hampton and Tom Watts are good men who try to sort things out. But for me, the real boss around there was my best friend, Jack Gillingham.
Jack Gillingham, you say?
Everyone round there knew Jack. He was a rock. A mountain even. He feared nothing.
Your friend Jack has something to do with you fleeing to the contaminated area where I found you. I want to know more.
Jack is dead. That's all you need to know. Dead because of me. So much violence. So much sorrow. All of that because I refuse to be insulted again.
I'll definitely be able to check it, Mr. Gote, because I loaded up the video and I'll watch it later and it'll be in my YouTube history, so I'll be able to have a look.
No man can predict the exact outcome of his actions. It's the curse we have to live with. We can only gamble and do what we think is best.
Perhaps you're right. The district was doomed before I was born. But I cannot stop myself thinking that Jack died for me.
Why do you say that?
After I killed that gang member, the Wet Boot Boy suspected Jack. And being loyal and all, he did not refute the accusation.
The death of your friend has affected you deeply, hasn't it?
Jack Gillingham was the real deal. He believed we could change the world if we were united and focused enough. And he brought out the best in each of us.
You're right. He died to save you. That alone gives me an idea of the kind of man he was.
He was the bravest. And no one dares to say openly that he got killed by those bastards.
Mr. Gote, you're able to clock a few games on your wish list this week, and next you'll be able to buy Jedi Survivor and Soma. And you got Like a Dragon Yakuza today for $20, the Hero Edition. Well, that's good. I don't know how much the game was at launch or anything, but $20 is a good price to pay for a game. That's cool that you got it at that price. I still need to buy Jedi Survivor. I wanted to wait till it was on sale, because as you know, Australian prices are damn crazy. And so, as much as I did like the previous game, and I do want to play the follow-up, I wasn't that desperate to play the follow-up. I mean, there's some games that I'm willing to pay $100 for, but there's just some games where I can afford to, just hold off. Yeah, you're telling me while you're waiting for Steam sales. I don't blame you, dude. Same with the free games on PlayStation Plus. But unfortunately this month, there's shit games. For me, anyway. I'm sure that there's some people that like those games, but I was hoping for something a bit more, substantial for myself. But, because last month it was A Plague Tale Requiem that was for free. And I was like, hell yeah. That worked out well, because I've already got A Plague Tale Innocence on PlayStation. So it was $120 at launch. Well, that's good, dude. You've saved yourself $100. That's a big, big saving.
You are not going to spend the rest of your life hiding, Rodney. What are you planning to do?
Honestly, I have no idea. How am I supposed to live while so many have suffered because of me?
Only you can answer that question. But one thing is certain. Since you owe Jack your life, I think it's fair to live it in a way that would make him proud.
That's the kind of thing Jack could have said, Dr. Reid. Thank you for that. I believe you're a good guy too.
Sometimes. Depending on what I have Jonathan do.
Are you worried?
Not Reid.
Goodbye, Mr. Grader. Take care.
Okay, that's where he is. But I thought that I saw the character that I wanted to speak to. Like, I mean, the character I spoke to, Rodney, I wanted to speak to him, but there's also another character that I wanted to speak to that I could have sworn I saw pop up on the screen in this mode, but alright, might be a different, yeah, it'd be different docs that I'm looking for. Here we go.
He didn't deserve this. You still working at this hour?
Have you heard anything about Sean Hampton's shelter?
I was told he caught a deadly disease but survived against all odds. Maybe he really is touched by grace.
Are you worried about the sanitary situation?
Of course I am. Everywhere's deserted, houses, streets all empty. People buying guns. We hear them go off every night. It's bloody frightening.
Do you require medical assistance, Miss Cavendish?
Don't feel so good if you have to know. I knew that keeping the bar open with the epidemic wasn't a good idea.
Take this, it'll help. Perhaps you should think about closing the Turquoise Turtle for a while.
Tom always said we got to keep the doors open. But thank you, Doctor.
Goodbye, Miss Cavendish.
Welcome back, Doctor.
Have you got any recent news on Sean Hampton's shelter?
It's still there, just like the Turquoise Turtle. That means there is still hope, somehow.
Are you concerned about the sanitary situation?
It may surprise you, but I'm not. I've heard about the men-at-arms and the fights between gangs at night, but that's nothing new.
I wish I shared your optimism.
It's not optimism. Gangs have been fighting in this part of town since before I was born. This war will stop when enough blood has been spilled.
Do you need any help?
Can't be good for business to see the bartender cough in your beer.
Indeed. It would be a shame to taint the delicate taste.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Reid. My customers and I, we all thank you.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
This situation
It's a leech! Kill it! He's mine! I'll take it! Christ! He's dead! That leech is fast! It's on to us! We've got one of them! You leeches, you kidding? Mine! I'll take it! There's one of them vermin! You get them weapons ready! Find one!
I'm cheap and I'm clean, I promise.
Good evening, Chris.
Change.
How are the conditions in Whitechapel these days?
When I think about all the people who died trying to reach England, it seems we escaped a war just to die on foreign shores, hated by all.
Do you need any assistance, Miss Popper?
It depends on the price of your medicine.
I am shocked that you would think I am that sort of man.
Forgive my
Goodbye, miss.
Good evening, Doctor.
How are conditions in Whitechapel at the moment?
I always thought it was my role to reveal what really happens in these forgotten parts of London.
And you're not sure anymore?
Emptied coffins, cannibalism, walking dead. I'm trying to report the truth about what's going on, but no one believes it anymore.
Do you need assistance?
That would be nice of you, Doctor.
If you persist in
Thank you.
Goodbye, Mr. Duff. Good evening.
It's father.
How is the sanitary situation of...
Don't you hear the trumpets? The apocalypse is upon us, Dr. Reid. The final battle.
Tell me the reason why you despise Joseph Larrabee so much, Tobias.
A faithless shepherd is the worst criminal, for he leads his flock to the abyss by disregarding the right path. God smote this man, for he doubted.
I only met him briefly, but he seemed a dedicated man who tried to provide guidance.
Do you not believe in punishment, my son? I am not talking about the law of men. I am talking about judgment from heaven.
I believe that we are, as men, our own judges, juries, and executioners.
Armageddon is upon us, Dr. Reid. The final battle where every soul will be weighed. I'm afraid yours will burn for a long time.
Don't you fear getting sick yourself?
Faith gives me all I need, my son. If I must fall, then so be it.
No doubt your faith will prevail.
Blessed be...
I have had enough for tonight.
So this guy's a character that I want to actually kill, but his mesmerized level is one above mine, so I wouldn't be able to do it. But when I do it, he'll be worth 5,000 XP.
Even now he judges your words.
You again? What do you want this time?
How is the sanitary situation in Whitechapel?
I'm not easily scared, but crazy killers and armed patrols are lurking about. My son's right about this place.
Can I offer you my medical expertise, Mr. Peterson?
Keep your medicines for others.
There is a thin line between pride and stupidity, sir. Please, take this medication. You'll feel better.
All right. I'll take it then. It's not like I don't appreciate the gesture.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Fancy buying some?
You never lose... Do you need help, sir?
To be honest, I'd prefer you take a look at my...
I don't quite agree, but I won't...
Really? For...
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
Hello, Gamer Loop. Hello there. How's things going for you? Gamer Loop, real good here. How about yourself? Oh, that's great. That's awesome to hear. That's excellent. As for me, I'm doing well. Having a good Wednesday. Currently going around in this game and healing some of the people. Some that I'm going to be killing at a certain point in the game, but others that I won't, and some that I'm still on the fence for as well.
The Swanborough cordial can be the answer to all your problems, as long as you have the money.
Criminal. It's a shame, really.
I cannot enter.
A lot of people are talking about this.
Don't you know better? You're mine! Crush the leech, boys!
Bloody hell, didn't dodge quick enough.
It's locked, all right.
It's a leech! Kill it! Die, vermin!
Nowadays.
If only there were more of us, with less resignation and more determination.
I know I can count. I wish I could say the same for the others.
Good evening.
I'm okay.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude for that.
I have to go now, sir.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
My sweet girl.
You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Cox. I hope you're starting to take better care of yourself.
This place is full of sickness and decay. How could I get better in such a dump?
Consider yourself lucky that I'm treating all of my patients equally. But don't push your luck.
Don't play the innocent with me. I'm sure you have good reasons to act this way. And also weaknesses that can be exploited.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
Is this supposed to be an hospital? A pigsty would smell better.
And go to a pigsty then.
Hello.
Good evening, Doc.
Do you need medical attention?
Afraid so. In the war, I was always worried about picking up something, getting some infection. Unfortunately, I've got that fear in London now.
Throughout history, some diseases have done more damage to armies than any weapon created by man. You are wise to be careful.
You're working at the Pembroke Hospital, aren't you? That's a good enough reason for me and Oswald to go there.
Are you concerned about the living conditions in the city?
Of course I am. I'll be stuck here for as long as Oswald refuses to go to hospital. And, unfortunately, it seems the violence is rising.
What kind of violence?
I believe people have armed themselves and started to attack those that show signs of contagion.
Goodbye, Mr. Blight. Take care of yourself.
We were supposed to be safe. Oh, what a fucking joke.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Alright, so let's get back into the main story and interact with this mail. Lady Ashbury's invitation. Dear Dr. Reid, I hope this letter will quickly find you, for I need to speak to you as soon as possible. The situation is evolving very quickly in the West End, and I'm convinced we are all now in great danger. The Guard of Prewin has launched a great hunt in London, and for a few nights they've been actively searching and killing any Econ they locate. Lord Redgrave, chairman of the Ascalon Club, recently contacted me. He wishes to meet you immediately. Please come to my mansion any night that suits you. We must discuss all of this. With this letter you will find an official pass that will allow you to go through any barricade or quarantine checkpoint throughout the city. Your friend, Lady Ashbury. Going to speak to Edgar. We spoke to him before, and there was one dialogue option I didn't choose because it was related to this letter, and I wanted to wait till we actually read the letter before talking to him about it.
Yes, Jonathan. Can I help you?
I have received an alarming letter from Lady Ashbury. She wants me to meet her at her house. I have been granted safe passage.
Then you are twice fortunate. I have never been invited to the lady's mansion, and with the quarantine and controls, city access is nigh impossible.
Is the quarantine serving any purpose?
It is helping slow the propagation of the epidemic. But as long as we have no clue to its origin, its efficiency is limited.
Why have you never entered the lady's house? You are one of her good friends, are you not?
My dear Jonathan, you have no idea how reclusive the good lady normally is, nor in what great esteem she must hold you to let you into her domain.
What news do you bring?
The news is not good, my friend.
Thank you, Edgar. We shall speak again later.
Hey there, Neo. Welcome on in. How's things going for you today?
Spotted! Watch out!
You must prepare, child, for the earth is bleeding and the harvest is upon us.
Stay away! Whoever you are!
This is no time for petty quarrels, my champion. Can you not hear? The famished queen has awoken.
I am not your champion.
But of course you are, son. As surely as you are the blood of my blood.
I had to kill Mary.
I have known your pain, child. Do not succumb to...
Silence! I dismiss you, now!
The land calls for a champion. All and everyone needs you.
Silence!
I'm tired of all these puppet shows.
Trust the leech, boys! Burn! The bloody cry!
So this is where she lives. What a splendid house.
Dr. Reid, welcome. How are you?
As good as one can be, considering the circumstances.
Yes. Death and affliction seem prevailing themes of late. Please, come in. We have much to discuss.
I hope I haven't disturbed you.
Not at all. Actually, I was counting on you visiting me tonight.
How strange, this painting. Beautiful, melancholic, yet with a haunting dignity.
Indeed. A long time ago, a friend asked me to paint this for him, but I kept it in the end.
I did not know you were a painter, my lady.
There are many things you do not know about me, young Ekon.
Please, call me Jonathan.
Please excuse my behavior, Jonathan. I tend to tease my friends when uneasy.
What is bothering you, my lady? Your letter was quite alarming.
We will talk about this in a few minutes. For now, I would like you to tell me about yourself. How have you been since we last met, my friend?
My sister Mary. She was made a vampire in the same way I was. She was the one killing all those people everywhere I went.
Vengeance is a powerful force for those betrayed. Made vampire through careless error. Victims by surprise.
In the end, she implored me to put an end to her misery. But still, I felt I had taken her life twice.
I am so sorry for my accidental cruelty. Had I known your dear Mary was still alive, I would
never have sent you to pray for her soul in that church.
There is no need to apologize, my lady. Your words have been most helpful in these difficult times.
Thank you, my friend. If only we could have guided your poor sister through her terrible nightmare.
I swear I did not intend that. If only I had known then how vampires are created.
That is the scientist speaking. In truth, most of us do not know how it really works. Personally, I make sure my prey will not return to haunt me.
What do you mean?
I am merciless, Jonathan. I only feed on the dying, and I make sure they are dead before leaving their remains.
I came to the conclusion that my maker, whoever he might be, must be a powerful vampire. Certainly extremely old.
How have you reached this conclusion?
I felt this power, radiating like an aura every time he appeared.
Most ancestral vampires of England were killed by the Guard of Prewen half a century ago. I wonder who your maker could be.
You have no idea who he could be?
Some of the ancient ones fled England. Some may still be in hiding. All I know is you, my friend, are a pawn in some secret and obscure game of chess.
He is the only immortal I've seen appear in an ethereal form. His voice, his words seemed ancient. It was disturbing.
I am afraid you are right. The simple fact that your blood made Mary such a strong Ekon proves that you must be of ancient lineage.
I think I should ask the questions, your ladyship. After all, it was you who invited me to settle this most urgent of matters.
Fair enough, Jonathan. The situation is critical. We do not have the luxury for etiquette.
Please do not misunderstand me. I would be delighted to discuss mundane matters and idle trivialities.
If we survive the dark nights to come, we shall have all the time in the world to speak, you and I. For now, please follow me, Jonathan.
I must say, your house is exquisite.
One of the advantages of living forever is having the time to be selective with one's furnishings. I took the liberty of having tea served.
You can still drink tea?
Can't keep it down, but I do so enjoy the aroma. Let us toast to make-believe. And of course, to your health, Jonathan.
And to yours, my lady.
Please, call me Elizabeth.
So, my lady, why, truly, did you invite me here?
I've been asked to deliver an official invitation to meet the Ascalon Club.
Should I trust them?
Of course not. Do not misunderstand me. They can be very useful, but I believe their long-term goals differ from yours.
Should I lie to them?
We all lie, Jonathan. It falls to you to choose your behavior. The most important rule is to show them due respect.
Why meet them then?
Because nothing truly important can be achieved in this city without their consent. They could be powerful allies in this current situation.
Who are they? Really?
They are the embodiment of vampire law in Britain. Some say they influence the destiny of the Empire. Some believe they merely protect it.
Will they fight the Guard of Prewen?
I doubt it. Fergal was Lord Redgrave's executioner forever and a day. By defeating that beast, you deprived them of a powerful weapon.
How many are they?
Only a small number of powerful and deceitful immortals. All of them entangled in a sticky web of shadow cabinets, influencing trade.
Why use you to contact me?
Because they know we are close. The Ascalon Club has many spies. Their main occupation is gathering information and then deciding how to use it.
Have they threatened you in any way?
Not at all. Their message surprised me at first, but it is only logical, considering the critical situation in London.
Why not ask for your help? Since you are obviously a powerful and influential immortal yourself.
You have to understand that I am invisible to the eyes of Ascalon, for I am a woman. That suits me well, as long as they leave me alone.
They have done nothing but impede my investigation since I became known to them. Why would they want to see me now?
I guess they now see you as Ascalon material. They must have found out what happened to your sister. Proof of the potent blood flowing through your veins.
I'm not sure I can accept their invitation. I have seen their handiwork. How Fergal the Beast imposed the club's law.
You have no choice, Jonathan. Even I would not openly defy Lord Redgrave, the chairman of the Ascalon Club.
What can you tell me about Lord Redgrave? Who is he?
Lord Redgrave is the founder and chairman of the Ascalon Club. Most mortals know him as the Earl of Bristol. He is rich and extremely influential.
Have you met him?
Only on rare occasions, for he never goes outside the club. And women are not awarded membership, even immortals.
How old is he? How long has he been a vampire?
Lord Redgrave claims to be the progeny of William Marshall, the most valiant knight who ever lived. If that is true, he could be very old.
How powerful is his reach?
The Ascalon Club may be the most influential secret society in England. Not all its members are immortals, but they are all very powerful.
They are not all immortals. How is that?
The club is mainly comprised of political figures who seek the safety and expansion of the Empire. The most loyal are awarded immortality.
Any familiar or famous names?
As the richest, most relentless British tycoon, Aloysius Dawson is considered ideal Ascalon material and has been watched for years.
If you are convinced I must meet him, I will heed your advice.
Thank you, Jonathan. I understand your reluctance to brush shoulders with London's vampire elite, but we have no choice.
Is the situation that critical?
Yes. The Guard of Prewen has called for a second great hunt of our kind, and they will stop at nothing to eliminate us.
What is a great hunt?
The first great hunt was launched about 75 years ago. In just a few nights, the Guard of Prewen located and destroyed most of the old British vampires.
How did you survive the first hunt?
I fled, Jonathan. Like most vampires who survived that slaughter. And I secretly came back when I was sure they had lost my trail.
Why start a second one?
Prewen has always seen us immortals as a threat to mankind. My guess is they suspect one or more of us as the cause of the epidemic.
Hey there, Rosie. Is this romantic or an awkward angle? Not too sure. I guess it depends on the person looking at the scene. It could suggest a romantic thing, or maybe it's just some angle they wanted to go on.
Will the Guard of Prewen and the Ascalon Club fight each other?
I doubt it. If Prewen really launched a great hunt, I think most of the Econs I know would flee the country to escape the bloodbath.
I think I saw them kill an Econ on the way to your house. They seem to have a list with names.
To launch another great hunt, they must have collected intelligence on vampire identities and whereabouts. They are a resourceful lot.
Rosie, well, if you're deciding, the answer is obvious.
Should we fight back? I will not be hunted down like an animal again.
I admire your courage, Jonathan. But the best way to fight them is to put an end to the epidemic. This is the only way to clear the air.
You should flee then. Leave London, the country even. I have seen the Guard in action. They are merciless.
Your concern warms my heart, Jonathan. But fear not. If the situation gets too dangerous, I shall retreat to my secret Scottish manor. I could hide you in my luggage, if you wish.
Thank you for the offer. I shall keep it in mind, but I have much to do here. There is a question I must ask you. Could Lord Redgrave be my maker?
I doubt it. If Lord Redgrave had made you his progeny, he would not have seemed so surprised when you demonstrated the strength of your lineage.
Will I ever discover the identity of my maker?
Maybe not, Jonathan. We know for sure you were made by a powerful vampire, but most of those fled England long ago.
Please forgive my bluntness, but I have to ask. Was it you? Did you make me?
Oh, Jonathan. I know you shall always have a gnawing doubt about who made you an immortal, but I swear, I had nothing to do with it.
You have no idea at all? You seem to know so many things about the secrets of the vampire underworld.
Even if I had my suspicions, I would not dare give you a name so soon. All I can say is this. I will make inquiries and keep you informed.
What is the plan?
The plan is we both try to save this city, you and I. Go to Ascalon, accept their proposition, and use their influence to promote your agenda.
How can I save London?
The epidemic is the priority. You must find its origin and put an end to it. This is the best way to solve the crisis.
What will you do?
I still have contacts and old friends in this town. I shall make some inquiries and attempt to learn more of the situation. We need clarity.
One day soon, I will have to find the answer to this mystery.
And I shall help you in your research, I promise. For now, you must go to the Ascalon Club and play their game.
Will I see you again at the Pembroke Hospital?
No. You will find me here if you need me. I shall conduct inquiries alone, and we can then share our discoveries.
Will you not visit Pembroke again?
No. I must remain discreet and avoid attracting attention to Pembroke Hospital for the time being.
But how will you sustain yourself?
I shall not, Jonathan. Fear not. I'm used to it.
When will we meet again?
As soon as you meet Lord Redgrave, I suppose. Fear not, my dear. I shall only be a heart's beat away.
I want to thank you for all your support and your help, my lady.
Could you do me a last great favor and call me Elizabeth?
I should be honored, my lady.
Then it is settled. Finally, some good news in these dark hours.
Thank you. I appreciate the advice. I had best prepare myself to meet this Lord Redgrave now.
How thrilling to meet the Earl of Bristol in the flesh, so to speak.
Something tells me you're not very keen on the man.
Don't get me wrong. The gentlemen of the Ascalon Club are honorable, but their attitude and opinions are somewhat antiquated.
I see.
As long as they deny access to female applicants, I will leave them to their antediluvian considerations as to the natural order of things. Jonathan, promise me you'll be careful.
Of course. But why the fear in your voice?
Look at me, Jonathan.
I am.
I mean, really look at me, young Ekon. We may be deceptive by nature, but this heart of mine has always told the truth.
Elizabeth.
Go, my friend. But come back to me soon.
Thank you for the follow, Naya. Thank you very much.
So, time to visit the Ascalon Club. I cannot enter.
Recognize him?
No. This one ain't on our list.
Well, that's one less anyway. It'll make McCullum happy.
That was the vampire I saw earlier. This war takes no prisoners.
Step away. Crush the leech, boys! I'll send you to hell! I'll put an end to you!
I always tell the truth, even when I lie. Thanks for redeeming that, Casper. That's one screaming vampire. It sure is. It's from Scarface, is it? I see.
Steady, boys, we've took. You leech, you kill him. Die, beast! Yeah!
The Icor's threat. Of all the evil and foul skulls I've ever had to fight, the Icor or Icor might be the worst. Not because of its fighting prowess, even if it remains a powerful and dangerous opponent, not because of its superior wit or cunning plans. An Icor is quite blunt and straightforward in its actions and objectives, spread diseases, contagions, and epidemics whenever and wherever it can. An Icor is the incarnation of viruses and infections. Wherever it goes, sicknesses appear and quickly spread. It is like it only walks this earth to generate plagues and epidemics, as if its skin itself diffuses sickness. Icors are clever, sneaky, malevolent, and ferocious, capable of enduring many wounds. To spoil a water tank, a granary, or a banquet, this is the kind of things an Icor would enjoy to do. In order to please its putrid and perverse nature, they are so rare that we do not know anything about them. The lazy brotherhood believes that they should not be considered vampires or skulls, but as something else. All I know is this: an I-Core must be destroyed by all means necessary as soon as it is spotted. From Know Your Enemies by Carl Eldritch, Pre-Win Leader. Hey there, Templar Knight. Welcome on in.
It's locked.
No, Templar. Doesn't interest me, so I won't be.
The West End. Never have I felt so sad to be back home.
Templar was interesting, disappointing though. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Look lively! It's on to us! Ain't such one of them! This one's mine! Filthy fucking beast! You leeches need killing!
Templar, definitely a demo for Silent Hill F, which as you've seen didn't get a warm welcome in the first place. To be honest, when they announced all those projects, I forgot most of them. The only one I remembered was Silent Hill 2 Remake. But wasn't F that one that was set in
restaurant
Japan?
where the guests are blindfolded before being seated. Intriguing.
The Blind Gourmet's menu. The Blind Gourmet. Today's menu, entrees. Guess what? Mystery plate, exquisite flavors, main courses, tasteful surprise, wonderful savors, refined curiosity, desserts, sweet mystery, hot and cold surprise, palate, revolution. Forewarning, all our customers are blindfolded before sitting at their table. They are invited to use all their senses to enjoy their meals, except their sight. Neo, Silent Hill 2 Remake is already getting shit from people, and you can see why. Yeah, it might end up being a good game, but the trouble is it's remaking a game that doesn't really actually need it. At the most, it just needs a re-release with options in the controls to make the controls more modern. That's it. That's all Silent Hill 2 really needs. It doesn't need a massive overhaul redo. And in any case, it just looks like they're just taking the Resident Evil remake approach of, where the camera's placed third person. So it's not... To be different, if they had like fixed camera angles to a point, that would be one thing, but I don't know. It's... The older I get, and the longer these franchises run, the more tarnished the legacy becomes. And so it gets to a point where any new stuff, even if it's good, it doesn't really matter. Like, if it's bad, then, it's going to be bad, and There's no point worrying about it, you know what I mean? Like, if Silent Hill 2 Remake comes out and it's terrible, I won't be surprised, but at the same time, it's not like I'll be worried, because I'll just play the original.
It's locked, all right.
Templar, it looks most fine to you, but by the gods, his animations and blood effects are bad. It is, and the demo is supposed to take place in Japan. Only reason RE2 and 3 Remake needed remakes is because those games wouldn't do well on modern systems for a modern audience. Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by modern audience. Because that can have a whole different other connotation.
Get them weapons ready! Bam! No!
Templar, the originals wouldn't appeal to a lot of gamers now, really. They aren't bad at all, but nowadays people want more. Exactly, which is why you don't bother remaking those games. If that's the only reason you're remaking it, that is.
You're mine, vermin!
Neo, you like the critical drinker's take on modern audiences? Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, though, as well, because you don't want to make it that you can't do certain things, but the idea of doing the opposite just for the sake of doing the opposite and criticizing the other thing by doing the opposite is hypocritical, because you're just changing the scales in which side they tip. Anything can be taken to an extreme point of view and an extreme angle, but there should be a balance of things. What? Oh, the gas thing. Fucking hell. These enemies are friggin' annoying. Templar, they wanted to remake a Silent Hill. Why not the first game? Because they know that the second game has a really strong following. And they know that for a lot of Silent Hill fans, it's their favorite. So they want to remake the one that they see the most potential for profit in. Hey, Naya. They've been talking for quite a while. Got hooked for a moment, but why floating so long? Yeah, I was waiting for that moment to happen. It did seem to take a while before they got to it. Templar, you don't care really if this remake is good or not. You always prefer the original. Exactly, and that's the thing. I can see that being the
We have to stop it! Filthy fucking beast!
I hate these human enemies.
I'll put it into you!
Especially these ones that just do cheap moves on you. They're humans, not vampires. But the other thing about it is that Konami have treated their franchises poorly for over a decade now. And there's no way I'm just going to bend the knee to them and just accept what they're throwing out just because they're starting to do a lot of projects now. You know what I mean? I used this analogy before. If someone has a pet dog and they keep abusing it, but they still feed it, but they kick it every once in a while, but they still feed it, does that make up for the fact that they kick the dog every now and again? No. Just because they feed the dog as well doesn't mean that it makes them a good owner of that dog, and it doesn't mean that they should be trusted with that dog anymore. Konami is the owner of the dog who kicks it but then feeds it once in a while, and the franchises is the dog of theirs that they feed sometimes, and you know, all that kind of stuff. Should we as fans just be like, oh well, at least they're still feeding the franchise? It's like, no. And I get it, you know, people get excited for new projects in a franchise that they're a fan of. That's understandable. But it should be with a measure of caution. Don't blame me. Yeah, Silent Hill 2 will always be your favourite, but you like how it is now. You prefer the first to be remade and updated. Yeah. Neo, he runs like such a dag in number 1. Yeah, Harry does. That's for sure.
Fresh water. As long as it's not holy water, I may find some use for it.
And the other thing is too, from a remaking a game perspective, come off it. Naya, this guy bites people for food or no? You're considering to purchase it though. Yeah, so you got the blood meter that the character has, and that'll determine whether you can use certain vampire moves. So to get blood, you can either find rats and get the blood from them, or you can use blood serum that you can craft to give yourself blood back. Or you can sneak up. You can sneak up on human enemies if you walk slowly and stun them, then bite them. And in combat, if you stun the enemy with the right button press at the right time, you can then bite them during combat. as well. And then you'll be able to get some blood back. Templar blows your mind is Konami knows they'll make money by releasing older games on new consoles, just like with the Metal Gear Solid collection. Yeah, just quick, easy money without much work that they need to do. And that's been their MO for a while now. That's why they licensed out their IPs to so many different game companies to use for their own stuff, whether it be Fortnite or Dead by Daylight or, insert name of company here that makes a game that can have multiple different characters, and all that kind of stuff. Because for Konami's side of things, it's just signing a bit of paper and knowing that they're going to get a percentage of any profits, so they can make easy money that way. And if they just throw a remaster or a remake on the market, they know that they're going to get money somewhere along the line. Because the other thing about Konami is they're primarily not just a video game company, they're also a gambling company as well. And they also have their stake in sports as well. So there's a few different things that they have. Oh, I'm going good, thanks, Naya. Things are going well. I'm having a good Wednesday. How are things for you? I do. Yeah, I do like this game. There's some frustrating parts, though. But when you get used to the leveling up system and what you need to do, and also when you get your weapons upgraded, because I've been using this weapon, the Scythe, for pretty much the whole game. And it's a two-handed weapon, so can't carry any other weapons. Have to actually unequip it and then re-equip something else. So depending on your playstyle, it might determine how difficult things are too. Because you can also use weapons like guns and stuff.
Crush the leech, boys! Oh my god! I'll kill it! Want some of this? I'll put it into you! Stupid beast! Oh, that's gonna smart. Doesn't like burning, does it?
Templar, like you can guarantee if they release the first 3 games on modern consoles, people will buy them up. They didn't have to fund any Silent Hill remake. People would buy the originals if they were put on modern systems. That's true. They could have done that. But the last time they did that was with the Silent Hill 2 and 3 HD remasters. And instead of just emulating the original versions on console, like on Xbox 360 and PS3, leaving them as is, but then maybe making some additions in the control scheme or something, Instead of doing that, they decided to basically redo so much stuff and try to change the visuals and the aesthetics and all that kind of stuff, which is a big no-no, especially with something that is established like that. It's like with, if you look at Assassin's Creed 1, and the different color schemes that they did for each city, Jerusalem, Accra, and Damas. If you actually have a look, they're very distinctive, but it's integrated into the actual design of the areas as well, and those part of the games. It's not a simple filter that they put over the top of stuff. It's actually curated to look a certain way. It's almost like it's handcrafted in a way. Whereas in the remaster of things like Assassin's Creed 2, they changed certain locations' aesthetic to be brighter when artistically the reason why that area wasn't bright was for artistic, creative reasons, symbolic reasons even. So when you remaster something, you have to be careful not to be altering the aesthetic, but rather taking the aesthetic as is, but just improving the graphics on it, but keeping the same thing, It's kind of like if you had a building and there was a section that the paint was coming off. Instead of making that part that you're going to paint over different to the rest, you would try to make sure that what you're painting to fix that paint coming off actually matches the rest of the structure as intended. And that's the thing that they need to remember when they're doing that kind of stuff. It's one thing to improve the graphic quality of something, but it's another to change the color scheme that is chosen, because it may seem that it's something that needs to be fixed, but ultimately it's not something that needs to be fixed in that sense. It just needs to be upgraded graphics wise. Templar, when you wanted to get into Silent Hill, you had the choice to either buy a PS2 and spend over $200 on Silent Hill 2 and 3, or buy the HD collection for $30 and play it on a PS3, which you already owned. After watching some videos, you decided spending $325 was worth it. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I definitely understand that, because when it came out, I didn't actually get around to buying it. I was going to, but I just kept putting it off for money reasons. And I'm glad that by the time I saw a review for it, I realized what they had done. And then I was like, no, not going to bother with it. Templar, you don't know how you fuck up a simple emulation, but Konami did it. And those new voices were just horrible. Yeah, as much as I think Troy Baker is talented, you can definitely tell in his performance that it was just a job. You know what I mean? It was just a job. It didn't seem to me like a passion project of his. It wasn't like he was invested in the idea of it.
The heart of British vampire society. Not quite as subtle as I expected.
But yeah, it did seem like just I'm just doing this for the paycheck kind of thing. Because really, and this is the other thing too, like, there's the actor's interpretation of how they should say certain things or how they should speak as a character. Then there's also the creative director, or whoever you want to call it, depending on what medium you're working in, who has their own vision of what they want the character to sound like and stuff. So I mean, I don't know if they gave any sort of like thing to Troy to say, hey, this is what we want you to do, and it was something that he agreed was the way to do it, or if it was just, yep, I'll do whatever you say, has to be, because I'm just treating this as a paycheck. I don't know the circumstances, but it did sound like an actor who was just doing it by the numbers. Be like, It's like if I read this. Present yourself at the Ascalon Club. That puts a bit of energy into it. Or I could be like, present yourself at the Ascalon Club, which is a bit more robotic and not as energetic and gives a whole different tone to what is being said, So it just seemed like Troy Baker's performance as James Sunderland was more like just a monotone kind of thing. Templar, Troy Baker's voice coming out of James' body is something you never want to see again. Yeah. Templar, you think the issue is they tried to emulate the weirdness and awkwardness from the original's dialogue, but the problem is the original voices made them sound like actual people, while the new ones definitely sound like just voice actors hamming it up. Yeah, well that's the other thing. It's hard to mimic natural ways of saying stuff and make it feel natural and not make it feel rehearsed as well. Okay, where is this person that needs help? Okay, so it is the person that's inside there. Jeez.
This is now my domain, young Ekon.
Loot first, talk later. That's my policy in this game when I meet a new character. I hate how the game does this. Sometimes it goes to the screen of what you've actually picked up, and then other times it doesn't. And that annoys me because then I don't know what it is that I actually picked up to know what to read. And there's no indication visually to let you know what you've read and what you haven't. I have to make a clip just so I can rewind. Just so I can rewind the video to see what it was in the gameplay that we picked up. The Heresy of the Pure Blood is what it was called. The Heresy of the Pure Blood. Pure blood. We know the expression. We heard it in the foul mouth of the heretics and the foreign barbarians. Used it sometimes ourselves, but do we really know what it means? A vampire born from an immortal belly. What a disgusting idea. How would such a creature find its place among the livings? What would be its purpose? Ours is clear. Gentlemen, Ascalon is here to protect the Empire and all its citizens. We are the protectors and shepherds, even when sometimes sacrifice a sheep for our sheep for our sustenance. Whoever will be found guilty of succumbing to the desire of breeding a mortal child shall be eradicated. From the Law of Ascalon, by Lord Redgrave, founder. Templar, it's weird how James is the protagonist of the most famous Silent Hill game, but feels so out of place. No, scratch that, Henry is the most out of place. Didn't even deserve to be there, nor was connected to the town at all. He just rented the wrong apartment that ended up being haunted. At least him and Eileen made it out alright. That's true, Templar, yeah. And he's a very different character, because he's more of an introvert of a character. Which Silent Hill 3, having an extrovert like Heather, it was definitely different playing 4 after having played 3 as well. But I really did like 4. However, it's probably my least favorite Silent Hill of the original 4, that is. But you hope they got a refund for that at least. You would hope so. But then it's like, why is the reason for getting it? From a realistic standpoint, as in like a supernatural fucked up shit reason. It's like, why do you want a refund? Because we had this really weird, bizarre, surreal, psychological thing. Go look in the bathroom. I suppose.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reid. Do you need help, sir?
I think I'm fine. But what happened to my jailer? Be careful. He's as vicious as he is strong.
You don't have to worry about him anymore. What happened here?
I am Tadao Kimura. I was imprisoned by this lunatic for several days. I thought I was going to die here.
You're not going to die now, Mr. Kimura. If you hurry, you should be able to get home safely.
It seems that I owe you my life. You have all my gratitude, Dr. Reid, since it is the most precious thing I possess.
Templar, there's a big fucking hole in there. Yeah, but the question is though, is the room that Henry's actually in, is it actually the way it looks with the hallucinations and everything going on? That's the question.
Goodbye, Mr. Kimura. Take care.
In fact, isn't there a part in the game that I remember where you actually see the outside of the apartment from the perspective of what other people see or something? Templar, there is, but to be fair, they don't actually see inside the apartment. That's right, they don't. But yeah, I think it's only the person inside the room itself that sees the things that are in the room for that. But if someone were to have just walked in there, if they could have, they would have just seen a normal looking place. Here we have a situation where it's like we're on the wrong side to enter, apparently, so we have to spend 20 hours trying to figure out how to get to the opposite side. Templar. So for all we know, there really is a big hole in there. All you'd say to whoever owns the building, go in the room, stay in there for a couple of days and see what happens. Yeah. But no, I think the way that they do it in the game is that the room, as Henry sees it, is not how it actually looks. It's just looking that way to him because he's trapped in the hallucination, or whatever you want to call it, that is being the power that's held over the room. Nice, someone with a monocle.
Whether you need to buy something or not, I am happy to help.
Good evening, sir. Please forgive me for disturbing you. I'm a doctor.
I never judge a man by his title, but by his attitude. And you are not disturbing me at all. I am Calhoun Russell, and I welcome you.
Well, I must admit, it's good to receive a warm welcome for once. I'm Jonathan Reid.
Welcome, Dr. Reid. Welcome to my humble shop.
What can you tell me about this place?
I recently found the best steak and kidney pie in the city. I'd be glad to share the address if you want.
Finding a good restaurant? Is that really all that interests you?
Oh, I have many passions, but nothing brings me ecstasy like subtle and exquisite flavors from my teeth to my belly.
I must confess, I have quite specific tastes when it comes to nutrition.
Really? Well, I'm always happy to try new exotic meals. If you ever find an intriguing table, please share the address.
Templar is technically stuck in the other world, but because the room exists outside the town, you can see the normal world, but they can't see you. Exactly. Yeah, they can't see Henry, but he can see them.
How is the situation in this part of town?
Life is good and peaceful. We're lucky to live in such an era of progress and wonders.
Are you not concerned about the epidemic?
Oh, I'm sure the authorities would take the appropriate measure if the danger were that high.
You cannot expect the newspapers to expose the truth while the war is still raging. I can assure you that the situation here is desperate.
Well, that's news then. But I can't believe that things are that bad. Are you sure you're not exaggerating a bit? For the thrill of it?
For the thrill of it? Templar, the authorities are dead. Pretty much. We haven't really seen any sort of official authorities that are what you would call common authorities.
Is it not a little too late to be trading?
On the contrary, it is the perfect hour. Believe me, my friend, it is always at night that you meet the most fascinating characters.
But what about the epidemic? The bombs and raids? And all the random violence?
Please, sir, this is London, England. We will prevail. And if a bomb must fall on my shop, then I'll be there to hear it falling.
So you prefer to work at night?
Oh, I also enjoy a sunny day like everybody else. But the night always has a certain Je ne sais quoi of its own.
Hey there, Code. The NPCs are quiet, placed overall, but what can you expect? The extensive tea sipping and biscuit munching does not really give that much of needed vitamins. Yeah, it's like I don't think the biscuits would be high in fiber either. Oh yeah, quite pale. That's true. Yeah, you got a good point there, Code.
Do you have any family nearby?
Not since my parents died. I'm London's lone gourmet.
Really? But you seem to be such a pleasant and sociable fellow.
I'm afraid the real hedonist has to be sometimes. I discovered ecstasy as a solitary pleasure, but it does not mean it can't ever be shared.
London's lone gourmet. What a strange title.
I used that name in my early years when I was a food critic, and I kept it.
I may have a look at your goods, Mr. Russell.
Remember, don't let any strangers come into your house.
Good evening, sir. May I have your attention, please?
Come on, Johnny. Don't you recognize your oldest friend?
Clarence. Clarence Crossley. How are you? My God. So you survived the war too. So sorry I didn't recognize you at first.
I almost didn't recognize you either. War does that to men, I heard. In my case, it was true, for I witnessed the horror that lies underneath.
When did you escape the war and return to London?
You know what's funny? I almost never think about the war. Not anymore. I'm involved in another kind of battle now.
I know what you mean. I haven't had much time to think about the war either since my return.
Of course. With the epidemic, I bet you've been busy as well. Forgive me, Johnny, I didn't want to sound selfish.
What is this new battle?
Well, I saw terrible things during the war. Horrors I thought I'd forget. They're here too. They're everywhere. Vampires.
Vampires. Code London Gourmet. You get the distinct feeling of long pork addiction from the NPC. Long pork addiction. Casper, you will say again that the music is awesome. It really is, Casper. The composer for the music. I probably have mentioned it when you've been here before, but I will actually put their details in the IMDb again. Don't know how to say his last name. De Riviere, I think. So Olivier Deriviere composed the music for Vampire, and his other credits include both A Plague Tale games as well as Assassin's Creed Freedom Cry as well, among other ones.
How is your wife, Venus?
We've spent so much time away from each other, and so many things have happened.
But you're alive. You returned in one piece, and you have a family. How many soldiers can say the same?
Believe me, it's not quite that simple. Like you, I'm not the man I used to be.
What an understatement. Casper probably missed it, waking up late lately. Oh, that's fair enough, Casper. Yeah. But yeah, he makes great music. I definitely hope to see him do more video game music. Casper Plague Tale has the same dark music occasionally. That's true. And the violin work. He seems to be a composer that likes the use of violins a lot. And I do too. I must admit I do like the sound of violins, especially in horror stuff. Or, you know, things that are of a terrible or horrific kind of situation.
Is everything all right at home? Surely Venus was relieved to see you return from France in one piece.
Have you forgot what people are like in this part of town, Johnny? Venus fears for our family reputation. Now her husband has become the village idiot.
You need some rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep.
This music also has a bit of a Silent Hill music vibe about it.
Good evening, miss.
Oh my god, no. Please, Mr. Vampire, don't kill me. Please, no. I'm too young to die. I still have so much to offer this world.
Wait, no. Why do you think I would... What?
Don't worry, Dr. Reid. I know you wouldn't harm me. Mother told me you were in this part of town and might drop by.
Your mother?
My name is Charlotte, sir. Charlotte Ashbury. My mother taught me long ago how to recognize the signs that betray a vampire.
I understand she also taught you how to tease and gently mock innocent young Ekons. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Charlotte.
Code. Overall, it would not surprise you if there would be a flyer or something with this month's Donner Party. Yeah. Cannibalism. Ugh.
What exactly has your mother told you about me?
Your name and profession, obviously, and the mystery about your maker. I'm sorry to hear about what happened to your sister, sir. Mother says it was not your fault.
Does it not scare you to know what I am? What your mother is?
Why should it? My mother is the most compassionate woman. Must I be wary of her, Dr. Reid? Or you?
Of course not. You have nothing to fear from me, or your mother.
Good to know. And don't worry, my mother told me everything I need to know about vampire tricks, their nature as well as features.
Your mother is not like any other vampire I've met.
I believe she thinks the same about you, Dr. Reid.
Tell me about your adoption.
What do you want to know?
Who are your real parents?
Elizabeth Ashbury is my real mother. She raised me and has taken care of me all my life. I have no idea who my progenitors are or were.
Do you live with her?
I still spend a lot of time in my mother's mansion, but I have my own house now. I have a life to live, you see. And one day, I'll have my death to face.
How did you meet Lady Ashbury?
First, I was an orphan in the institution for girls she manages in the West End. When I was 10, she adopted me, and I have lived with her ever since.
Did you know she was a vampire when she picked you?
The correct word is Ekon, Doctor. And no, I had no idea why my mother only showed up at night. She told me everything when I turned 16, though I suspected the truth for a long time before that.
What do you think about this part of town?
I was raised here, and I suppose it feels like home. You grew up in this part of town too, did you not?
Yes, I was born a few streets away.
A small world, is it not? Did you ever imagine that my mother was your neighbor all that time? That you could have met her in a dark alley at night?
You won't trick me twice, young lady. We both know Lady Ashbury never hunts or attacks prey at random.
Come on, Doctor. Don't tell me you never thought about that possibility. Her fangs on your neck. Oh, are you blushing, Dr. Reid?
Is there something that's bothering you?
Too much selfishness and individualism for my taste. Even when there was no epidemic.
Even if that's partly true, may I remind you that many charitable institutions are financed by the selfish and filthy rich.
I suppose you're right. But society must reform and renew itself, or we are all done for.
Kodo and the polar bear temps are coming back. -20 to -40 is again possible, like a week or longer. Yay. Well, I mean, that is definitely cold. Very, very cold. Extremely cold. I like cold, not very cold or extremely cold. Hey, Star. Casper, are you blushing? Yes, I can't wait until someone sucks my blood. It's like, I've come to suck your blood. Hurry up then. I've been waiting centuries for this. No, just kidding.
What are you doing out here?
You mean, what do I do outside at night, since I am a woman? Let me ask you a question, sir. Would you ask the same question of a man?
Actually, yes. I ask the same question to everyone who dares to go outside at night, considering the risks.
Well, if you must know, I campaign for the right to vote for all women. Why should I wait to the age of 30 years when men can vote at 21?
Are you a suffragette, then? Oh, you really are Elizabeth's girl. Without a doubt.
All adult women have the right to vote in the US, in New Zealand, and in Australia. But women here can't vote unless they are property owners.
No need to convince me, Miss Charlotte. I have shared your opinion for a long time. Even before I met Emmeline Pankhurst.
Really? Oh. Now I see why my mother appreciates you so much. Too bad there aren't more men like you in the vicinity.
How are the locals reacting to your claims?
People here can't wait for a wall to be built to isolate the West End from the rest of town. That's how progressive they are. If this happens, Emily and I will blow it up.
Explosives are very dangerous, young lady. And who is this Emily?
She is my best friend, and a suffragette too. She was supposed to campaign with me tonight, but hasn't turned up.
Have you any reason to be worried about her?
Recently, Emily started to believe in... well, she got interested in vampires. I'm afraid she might be in trouble.
Let me guess. You spoke to her about us, didn't you? Despite your mother's warning. I think I should try to find your friend.
Oh, that would be top-notch. I can tell you where she might have gone. You have my thanks, Dr. Reid. And please, don't tell my mother.
Do you know why Lady Ashbury chose you to become her daughter?
No, I don't. Each time I ask her that question, she smiles and says it's precisely because I dare to ask such questions.
Do you ever regret that she chose you?
Of course not. Though I often wonder if she adopted others before me. If so, where are they buried? How was it for them to pass through life with a never-aging mother?
Goodbye, Charlotte. Give my best regards to your mother when you see her.
She's been quite busy these last few nights. I suspect you may see her before me.
I cannot enter.
You'll stay in here till you're last. Well, you're free to go. Free to go. Why? How? Good behavior. But I've only been in here for a moment. Well, for that moment, your behavior was very good. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression. I assume that's another quote from Dracula Dead and Loving It. I haven't seen that movie for a while. I like Mel Brooks' style of parody. I mean, there are probably some references that are made to movies that aren't of the genre that the movie is actually making fun of, but I feel that it's not to the same extent that modern parodies were, where it's like, let's do a parody of sci-fi movies, but let's put in a lot of jokes from romance movies and parodies of action movies and parodies of westerns and parodies of, you know, music videos and stuff. And it's like, but you're doing a parody about, you know, sci-fi. Oh no, but we've got to throw everything else in as well. I prefer a more focused approach, where it's like, let's do parodies of horror movies and stick with horror movies to make fun of. Casper, you had to. You're playing a vampire game. Needed something that fits the theme. I know that feeling well. Because that's trying to figure out stream titles for this playthrough. The first stream was different because I didn't think of the idea until after I did that first stream, but all the other streams afterwards, I've tried to make the stream title referencing a horror, like a vampire movie. And so today's stream session, Near to Dark, is a reference to the movie title Near Dark. Casper, Vampire, Dead and Loving It. I mean, yeah, that would be fitting because it's a vampire movie, but yeah. I probably wouldn't use that one.
Good evening, miss. Can I help you? I'm a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reid.
I am Karina Billow. I don't need any doctor. The rats. Where are the rats?
Miss, you don't seem well at all. Are you afraid of rats? Has one bitten you?
No, it's me who bites them. Tasty, juicy, disgusting rats. I can't stop eating them. Help me, please. Help me to disobey the voice.
What is the local news hereabouts, Miss Billow?
Shadows. Shadows hunting shadows. Whispers in the dark. Pestilence. Suffering. Death.
What happened to you?
The rats. The answer hides in their little crunchy bones. Their juicy, tiny brains.
Miss Billow, please, try to concentrate. Why do you worry about rats so much?
The voice in my head. He forces me to do so. Drink their blood, he said. Eat their flesh.
Do you feel compelled to obey that voice, Miss Billow? Even if you're loath to submit to it?
Yes. Please. Help.
Tell me about the voice in your head. Who is it?
Can you describe it? Is it someone you know? Someone you met?
Keep your mouth shut, he said. Don't ever speak about me, or I'll abandon you. Help me, please, Doctor.
Tell me about yourself, Miss Billow. What do you do for a living?
Oh, I'm hungry. Need to eat. Have you got something for me? Blood, perhaps? Can you give me blood, Dr. Reid?
Don't you remember who you are, miss? What you did for work?
I was strong, proud. I campaigned for good causes. But that was before. Before. It does not matter anymore. I'm so hungry.
I must go now. Goodbye, Miss Billow.
It's locked.
Code Renfield, you are now your own man and free to do whatever you want. Come along. Yes, master. The ironic aspect to that.
Do you know where you are standing right now?
In front of the Ascalon Club, I presume.
The Ascalon Club only summons or ostracizes. What is your business tonight?
I received an invitation. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reid.
Welcome to the Ascalon Club, then, Dr. Reid. Please proceed. Lord Redgrave is waiting on you upstairs.
There has been quite a battle here. I'm sure the Ascalon Club has the money to replace the furniture.
Welcome to the Ascalon Club, then, Dr. Reid.
His voice seemed familiar.
Welcome to the Ascalon Club, then, Dr. Reid. Welcome to the Ascalon Club, then, Dr. Reid.
Haven't come across something in his IMDb that I know of myself. What was his last name? Pembleton. David Stern plays him. Code, the stair scene is one of the most excruciating one you've seen since Home Alone, but you'll giggle like a madman every time. Yeah, there's certain moments in movies that no matter how many times you see it, you always have the same reaction. Oh, cool. Amber Goldfarb is in this game. Cool. She's in this game as a motion capture actor. Cool. In the Assassin's Creed series, she's played multiple characters. Like those ones.
It's locked, all right.
Like how they leave the key to the basement just lying around.
It's locked.
Of the recreational use of blood. As Escalon members, we always tend to respect etiquette. We are in all ways members of a good society, sometimes recognized as public figures. We do not find our delight in orgies and bloodbath like our adversaries assert we do, and if one of us were caught in such caricatured and immoral act, he would receive the appropriate opprobrium. But what about the blood? What about its recreational use? How could we deny the ecstasy the vermilion ambrosia brings us? And with what else could we toast with, as any good fraternity should? To answer this delicate question, the law of conduct inside the club goes as follows. As long as the original mortal vessel is not brought inside our walls, each member is allowed to drink whatever he wants, for his own usage or to share it with friends. Drink what you want. Deal the way you want with the original vessel, but never inside the club. Unless I personally authorize it on some special occasion, of course. From The Law of Ascalon by Lord Redgrave, founder. After a long night, you have to have a pint of absinthe. Oh, AB negative. I gotcha. Blood types.
Good evening. We repel the intruders for now.
My good friends, if I may have your attention. Behold our visitor, the good Dr. Reid. Newborn of blood so pure and strong that even my friend Fergal Bansher was no match for him.
Here, here, here!
Come forward, young Ekon, for we have so much to discuss. Welcome to the Ascalon Club, Dr. Reid. I am Lord Redgrave, Earl of Bristol and chairman of this exclusive association.
Lord Redgrave.
At last we meet. I've been eager to make your acquaintance. I've heard some astounding things about you. Please accept my condolences for your loss, Dr. Reid.
Thank you, my lord. Lady Ashbury expressed your wish to meet me.
Yes. The lady has always been a useful acquaintance, though not always reliable. Is she a good friend of yours?
Code, and if the bartender happens to be in evil mood, it might be with a hint of garlic. It's like, here, have this. Is there any garlic in it? No. Okay, I'll drink it then.
She's a close friend, and I'm honored that she feels the same about me.
The centuries have taught me never to trust a woman completely, especially if she is immortal. Too prone to emotions, if you ask me. Too fickle when it comes to important decisions.
My lord, do not expect me to speak ill of Lady Ashbury.
Of course not, and I praise your loyalty. Would you offer the same fidelity to the Empire?
What do you mean?
I speak of the Skull Plague that threatens London and the country. You have been on the front line in the East End, but the time has come to open up a second front here.
The epidemic has escaped the quarantine. You have new cases of the outbreak.
We don't know for certain, but we cannot allow the disease to threaten the prominent heads of Great Britain.
Why do you suddenly need me?
The Ascalon Club only recruits the best, and you definitely fit the bill. Your scientific and medical reputation alone would qualify you as a candidate.
You want me to find possible sources of the outbreak in the West End. Is that it?
Straight to the point, like all eager newborns. We shall have time to talk about all this, Dr. Reid, but first, I should like to get to know you better.
Talk? Is that the only reason you asked me here?
Well, no. I also wanted to meet the intriguing Ekon, who made such a powerful progeny of his sister. You have not learned the name of your maker, am I correct?
No, I haven't.
Have no embarrassment, Dr. Reid. We all make mistakes. But whatever your lineage, you are definitely Ascalon material.
What do you mean?
I would like you to become a member of the Ascalon Club, and to serve me as such.
Before I accept, I have so many questions.
Please ask.
I killed Fergal, who claimed to be one of yours, sent to cleanse the East End of all Skulls. Will his death be an issue?
Do not worry. My priorities have changed. Fergal was a zealous servant of mine, but like any servant, he had his limitations and is readily replaced if necessary.
What is the Ascalon Club's express purpose?
We follow the credo of William Marshall, the greatest knight who ever lived. As was he, we are sworn to protect the British Empire.
What does Ascalon mean?
Ascalon was the lance wielded by St. George, glorious patron saint of England when he slew the dragon. And like that lance, we pierce the hearts of all our nation's enemies.
William Marshall founded the Ascalon Club.
Not exactly. William Marshall granted me immortality, and I founded the club a few years later. The good knight has been gone for so long.
I guess eventually even he had to be said good night to.
What does it mean to be a member of the Ascalon Club?
It means that you swear to protect the interests of the crown, that you become a loyal servant of the British Empire.
Am I supposed to follow orders?
As founder and chairman of the club, I alone am entitled to make demands of our members. And I do appreciate obedience.
Do you have any official recognition from the government? A charter from His Majesty the King?
No. Of course, the Ascalon Club publicly supports the Empire, but the true nature of its members remains a secret.
I agree to join the club.
This is good news. Good news indeed in these crucial times. Let's inform the Assembly formally and proceed with your initiation.
My initiation?
Fear not. Nothing fancy nor dangerous. It is just that we, the members of Ascalon, believe that tradition and custom are the backbone of this country. My fellow members, dear friends, please gather and welcome this Ekon as one of our own.
Is he worthy? Is his blood pure?
Well, speak, Dr. Reid, in front of the most sacred blood. The blood of our beloved William Marshall. Speak now. Will you serve and protect the crown as he did?
Yes, I will.
Then, young Ekon, it is time to testify with your blood. It is time to sign the Book of Allegiance. I know it's awfully gothic and a tad pedantic, but England's traditions are the backbone of our nation. Delightful. Welcome to the Ascalon Club, Dr. Reid. Take your place among the bearers of the lance.
One of us! One of us!
One of us, one of us, one of us, one of us. B-I-N-G-O and Bingo was his name. Oh. Hey there, Lynch Mob. Welcome on in. I hope it's going well.
I personally went patrolling last night in the West End, and I spotted at least 2 foreign Ekons. This is an outrage. We shall chase these intruders down.
I was chased by a gigantic Valcod 2 nights ago. I thought it was Fergal coming back, but no. That creature but you barely spoke English.
That went well, did it not? It is always useful to bolster the troops' morale, especially before a difficult battle.
You have the makings of a general, my lord.
I was, though very long ago. Well, not quite a general, but a proud defender of the crown.
So why did you really want to meet me?
Straight to the point again, young Ekon. All right, let's talk, you and I, Lance Sparrow.
I'm listening, my lord.
According to my spies, you have worked with Dr. Edgar Swansea on the epidemic, and your findings were quite alarming.
Code, oh the irony, if the doctor's blood would be poisonous for these other vampires. Yeah, that would be so funny. He's just like, I'll take that that blood off the pen there, and gets killed. Lynchmob redeemed the random Red Dead 2 quote. Thank you so much, Lynchmob, for redeeming that. Casper, he is totally not a vampire. Definitely not. He's not a vampire. You crazy? You can't understand. I won't put a foot outside until the outside is outside. Mrs. Adler, will you excuse us? When are you going to let me come robbing with you, Dutch? My lord, a few more like her, we could take over the world. A few more like her, there wouldn't be much of a world left. That's between Dutch, Sadie, and Arthur at the end there. The final word.
You were spying on me?
Not personally. I rarely leave this building. But once he found you, Fergal kept me informed. Until you put an end to his mission.
Who was Fergal? I don't see him sipping tea with the others in the club.
Fergal Banshire was my squire of sorts. Even before becoming that magnificent beast, he was a brute. He served me well for decades.
No, I mean, what was he? He was clearly no ordinary vampire.
No. He was a Volcod. All muscles and instinct. Quite the rare breed. Ferociously territorial. Mortals often mistake them for werewolves.
You do know I killed him?
Yes.
Will you bear ill will towards me for his death?
Of course not. Your victory was quite impressive and courageous. You earned my respect.
Do you know Edgar Swansea?
Not personally. But I've been told he has some sort of immortal fetish and is a good friend of yours.
Does it bother you that I consider him my good friend?
As long as you reveal nothing of the club's inner workings, why should I forbid you engaging in conversation with the good Dr. Swansea?
Yes, I'm convinced the recent invasion of frenzied Skulls in London is directly linked to the epidemic. This is not the Spanish flu, but something else.
I would be glad to hear more of your discoveries, Dr. Reid, but for now, my main concern is the security of London's inhabitants, both mortal and immortal.
What do you mean?
Alarmed by the epidemic, the Guard of Prewen has started a war against us British vampires. To appease the situation, we must eradicate the Skulls.
I have met peaceful and wise Skulls. To exterminate them means we are no better than vampire hunters.
Skulls are hideous, shameful creatures that give all Ekon a bad name.
So, what do you want me to do?
I want you to investigate the city thoroughly. I have reason to fear there are cases of contagion in this part of town. Our absolute priority is to find and cleanse them.
And how would you like me to proceed?
By all means necessary, Dr. Reid. You are now a member of the Ascalon Club, and you have carte blanche. Interrogate the locals, follow all the leads you find, and get results. How's your investigation going, Dr. Reid? Time is our enemy.
I have a few questions for your lordship.
All right, but be quick.
What can you tell me about the Great Hunt?
It's a major concern, and I'm convinced we'll only get a satisfactory conclusion by putting an end to the epidemic.
What about the risk of a full-scale attack here? Jeffrey McCullum is a daring leader.
That is exactly why so many of our number have left the country until things improve. But not me. I founded this club. I'll die defending it.
I have already met Jeffrey McCullum. I am certain he will persist until he has killed every last vampire.
The Guard's current successful recruitment campaign is driven by the ravenous behavior of the Skulls.
I see. So without the epidemic creating Skulls, the Guard could not convince anybody of our presence.
Exactly. Once we have put the epidemic behind us, we need only wait until the Guard grows old and weak. Time will once again become our ally.
We shall chase these intruders down.
You made me swear on the blood of William Marshall during my initiation ceremony. Why was that?
William Marshall was the most glorious knight who ever lived. He served 5 kings, and was a living example of probity for all. And he was my maker.
Why is his blood so sacred to the Ascalon Club?
He was simply the greatest defender of the realm we have ever known. I fought by his side at the Battle of Preston, and he made me his progeny following the fight.
William Marshall was a vampire? Is this some sort of joke? Wait. Could he be my maker?
That would be joyful news, for it would mean he still walks among us. But alas, the great knight has left this world for good.
May I ask you about the mortal who attended my initiation? Mr. Aloysius Dawson.
A member of the club does not normally ask questions about other members. We trust each other mutually.
But Mr. Dawson is mortal. Are you not afraid he might reveal who you are? Especially to your enemies.
Aloysius Dawson is a man of his word, as are all of us. This is the Ascalon Club, Dr. Reid. We do not grant access to the unworthy.
So he really is a member, then?
Indeed. Only the most eminent members are allowed to attend such ceremonies. Even if I admit some of us fled during the first hours of the Great Hunt.
Goodbye, Lord Redgrave.
Godspeed, Dr. Reid. We are counting on you.
Good evening, Dr. Reid. How does it feel to be this evening's centerpiece? Figuratively.
It's quite unsettling. As a doctor, I am more used to being the observer than the subject observed.
Do not be alarmed. The Ascalon Club has a tried and tested policy for choosing its initiates.
May I ask who you are, sir?
Why would you be interested?
Well, as you seem to be the only man in the room with a beating heart, you draw quite a bit of attention yourself.
Ah, vampire senses never cease to fascinate me. They dwarf those of mere mortals. I am Aloysius Dawson, by the way.
What can you tell me about Lord Redgrave?
I would not dare speak of our chairman without his consent.
Are you not afraid? You are surrounded by vampires.
Sir, it's for that very reason that I joined the club in the first place.
So you asked for membership?
I have been a member of many clubs in many countries. But I must admit, this one is my favorite.
Is not the nature of this club a secret, shared by only a privileged few?
My dear Dr. Reid, I have spent years and a fortune precisely to gather that kind of information.
Are you a member of the club?
Yes, I am. And I have been for many years. And will be until the day I die.
Are you sick?
Personally, I consider my advancing years are a sickness in itself. My body is slowly abandoning me, Dr. Reid.
What can you tell me about it?
It's not really my place to give you such information. I am merely a mortal member, and a dying one at that.
Mr. Dawson, of Dawson and Dawson, the wealthiest man in England. It is a pleasure to meet such a prominent figure of London.
A withering London figurehead, to be precise.
Are you sick, Mr. Dawson? I am a doctor, you know.
My case is beyond the scope of traditional medicine. I have spent fortunes on the world's most competent doctors to arrive at that diagnostic conclusion.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Should I suppose that you're here in search of some form of immortality?
Absolutely not. I'm here to implement my plan to save the city I was born in. To cast out the ghastly evil that has us all on our knees.
What is the situation like in this part of town?
I am sure Lord Redgrave will enlighten you more effectively than I.
What do you know about the Guard of Prewin?
I should not say this, but I admire their commitment. This is what the nation needs right now.
But they are our enemies.
They are not mine, Dr. Reid.
Would you help them?
No. There is a time for such methods. But brute force will not be enough to fight this plague. We have to think differently.
Money cannot solve every problem. This mysterious epidemic is going to require more than money can buy.
You're right. Money is nothing unless one has the will to wield it. I have a plan, sir. A radical one that will save all that is essential in London.
What is your plan, then?
Quarantine and barricades are futile. What we need is a wall. A formidable, unscalable wall to isolate the deserving from the infected masses.
By doing so, you would create two separate ghettos. What if the disease gets past the wall? The results would be disastrous.
Not if we eliminate all suspected cases of infection as soon as they appear. A necessary sacrifice.
Are you not mistaking sacrifice for summary execution?
Why do you care? Are you not a vampire? Removed from all mortal concerns? Decisiveness is what the city needs, and it needs it now.
Now. It needs it now, not yesterday. Now.
Welcome to the Ascalon Club, Doctor.
Welcome to the Ascalon Club, then, Dr. Reid.
I think Lord Redgrave just suggested I was sired by an ancient vampire.
Between men and women.
Good evening, Miss Ashbury.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reid.
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Have you noticed anything unusual recently?
A few days ago, I spotted a strange house while campaigning for women's suffrage. Awful smell. No answer when I knocked.
Where is it?
It's the Mullaneys. A nice family who live in a big house near the park in the eastern part of this neighborhood.
Goodbye, Charlotte. Give my best regards to your mother when you see her.
She's been quite busy these last few nights. I suspect you may see her before me.
Remember, don't let any...
Good evening, old chap. Are you all right?
I won't lie to you, Johnny. I'm not a well man.
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Can you help me?
Infection is everywhere these days. But if you ever go to the park near that swanky house belonging to the Mullaneys...
Yes? What about the Mullaneys? What about their house?
Not enough noise for a big family with children. Not enough movement. Closed doors. What is going on in there? I wonder.
You need some rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep.
Rats. Tasty rats. Those clever rodents are cautious now. They won't approach.
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Have you noticed anything unusual recently?
Infection. Infection. The rats carry it, I heard. Rats. Rats, rats. Many rats around that big house. Funny smell, too. Dead flesh.
And where is this house?
West of the park. Not very far. A big house with no sound, no light, no life left.
I must go now. Goodbye, Miss Billow.
Right to vote is only the first step. Support the equality between
Why are vampire hunters sniffing around here? I need to find out what they're after.
We have to stop it!
that flurry of attacks that he was doing, you can't counter it.
Don't take its head! Filthy fucking beast! Die, leech! Christ! He's dead! Fuck! He's dead! Christ! He's dead! Steady, boys! We'll crush. Die, vermin! Kill you! Its head! Die!
I can't believe I'm doing this. This is despicable. I have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing this. This is despicable. I have this thirst for blood.
What's wrong with rat blood, Afro? It's actually really delicious stuff. Good for putting on ice cream.
This is despicable. I can't believe I'm doing this. I have this thirst for blood.
Afro, for a vampire, we ain't very strong, huh? Yeah, that's the thing I was saying the other day. The very nature of vampires means that video games have to come up with very, very video gamey logic for why vampires can't do certain things. Whereas if this was a movie, unless it was like a scripted part where they wanted the vampire to get killed, none of these humans would even be quick enough to react. They'd all be dead before they even took a breath. Gates would be just ripped apart by a vampire. But in this game, gates are locked for vampires even. It's like, oh, I'm a vampire, but this gate is locked, so I can't go through the gate. Exactly, Afro. Anti-vampire steel. And also in this game, there's only specific parts where your character can teleport from one spot to another.
I cannot enter.
I cannot enter. I cannot open a wooden door. Can't burst through it or anything like that.
This woman's body has multiple lacerations. They're deep, too. Whoever did this was driven by rage. He had his tongue removed and his eyes gouged out. He was a victim of brutal torture.
That reminds me of the Mummy remake from 1999. How one of the guys gets his eyes and tongue taken. Imhotep thanks you for your eyes and your tongue, but I'm afraid more is needed. Torture or punishment? Could be either or could be both.
This one's neck is broken. He was young. Probably the son.
Afro, you torture for information. Although some people torture for fun.
You thought I was dead too, didn't you? No, I was just pretending. Doris told me I could have been a great actress.
You killed your family.
They mocked my talent. Ah!
I've never seen such a radical mutation. Could it be a new stage in the disease's evolution?
It's like it's mustard powder that explodes from the vampires' bodies and that they spit out. Letter from the Fletcher Acting School. Dear Elsa, it's with the greatest joy that I confirm with this letter your acceptance as a private student into my acting school. The little scene you had the kindness to perform for me last week convinced me that you have what it takes to be a real actress. Wit, stature, and courage. As a private student, you'll receive my personal training and coaching. During these intense sessions, you'll be invited to stay at the school, since I strongly believe in total immersion to expose the full potential of my students. So please, remember to bring night attire and anything you may need to spend a week at my school. Yours sincerely, Doris Fletcher.
So, this girl took lessons at the famous Doris Fletcher Acting School.
The Myth of the Horned Vampire. What is a tale but forgotten or mythicized history? By essence, vampires are related to the concept of immortality, and they can be perceived as entities that live through centuries, thus becoming mythical figures themselves. But what about the concept of a tale so old it could become a myth among the vampires? I know it may sound vertiginous, but we know, as scholars, that the impossible is just an unexplained or undocumented event. For a few years now, I've tried to find traces of a figure rarely seen amongst the English immortals, the Horned Vampire. Through centuries, less than 10 occurrences of this figure can be found in the various documents gathered by our order. The figure of a man-shaped silhouette, sometimes made of blood, sometimes made of mist or rain, that appears from Wales to Scotland only to immortals, who have no idea what this thing could be. What is this creature with large deer antlers? Is it related in any way to the figure of Cernunnos, the ancestral horn god of the Celts? We don't know at all, but now think about this. Vampires themselves have no idea what this creature could be, and that's a frightening idea. We may be in presence of something so old that only small hints of its existence can be found through eons. If this is true, we as Brothers of St. Paul need to investigate this entity, for it could help us understand the forgotten origin of vampires. As a reminder, I add to this letter a transcription of the only written evidence we possess concerning the Horned Vampire, the odd poem entitled The Dreams of the Red Queen, supposedly composed by this entity. According to some vampire testimonies, this creature has sometimes been heard singing it while briefly appearing somewhere in Great Britain. I invite all of our brothers to study this text and consider it a testament of forgotten history. 12 dreams for the Red Queen under crown of stone, that she may linger longer with eyes kept closed. 11 thorns blooming from her troubled brow, awaiting the next harvest to be gleaned at brisk springs. 10 copper veins ripped from the belly of the earth, melted into tears flowing towards banished brothers. 9 glorious pyres on the scorched plain, to punish those whose hands were slow to obey. 8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights, their backs hardened by their race with the sun, 7 notes of warning in the summer sky, compelling child to shielded sheets of sleep. 6 watchers bent on the hunting trails, shadows of their spears trace the tired furrows, 5 houses to fall before song's end, then 5 more reborn from their blackened ashes. 4 nails, piercing the flesh of the sinner, restlessly hung to the dark wood of his crimes. 3 books scribbled by pen of the dancer, who refuses to answer the call of the abyss. 2 giant rival snakes slither in ageless forest, coiled to the bones of mortals destined for the grave. 1 prayer for the summon called by their song, child born from darkness whose path he must find. From Drinking at the Fountain of Knowledge by Usher Talltree, Primate of St. Paul. That entity that we've seen is the one that's been described in this poem.
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Yes, Doctor?
Farewell, Sean. Take good care of your flock and of yourself. It's locked.
Yeah, Casper the Good Priest. Very normal. The Vampire Priest, indeed. Yeah, we turned him.
That leech is fast!
Are you from Ascalon? I don't care!
Look lively! It's on to us! Your name! What's one of these? An inhuman! Kill it!
We can sort it out, right? It's not my call, Baron. Say one way or another. Please, Joe. How long have we known each other?
Rosie, so are you an evil vampire? Not fully, no. There's certain human characters I'm not going to kill, but there's certain characters that I do want to, but my mesmerized level doesn't match theirs yet. Which means I can't embrace them, as the game calls it. But also, I want to get the maximum XP out of as many characters as possible that I want to kill. So there's some characters that we don't have all the clues for, and you can fail some clues through dialogue choices. These characters you feel are deserving of embracing. Yeah. And there's some characters I'm on the fence for. Of course, you could be completely evil, so to speak, and just kill all the characters without worrying about getting their XP up high. But the game gives you repercussions for doing that. Because killing all the characters in a district will make that district permanently tainted, and powerful enemies and monsters roam the streets. And to keep the district healthy, you need to keep the individuals healthy. What's your reward for filling them up with XP without killing them? What's your reward for filling them up with XP without killing them? Oh, well, I guess it just depends on what changes happen to the ending you get, I imagine, maybe. I'm not sure, I haven't played this game before.
History seems to get uglier every year.
Like, if you do all the quests for someone and decide this person deserves to live, well, if you do, then you just have to keep on making sure that they stay healthy, I guess. Otherwise the district will go down low in health quality.
Mr. Bates.
Evening.
Goodbye, Mr. Bates.
Like this guy, for example, his blood quality isn't full because we haven't gotten all the hints for his character. But if I wanted to, because he's mesmerized level 1, I could just kill him right now if I wanted to. But because I'm a XP hound, I may as well wait till I've got all the hints first to get the maximum XP. There's some characters too, like this guy, 5,000 XP, but his mesmerized level is 5, mine's only 4. You can't, Rosie, no. If you decide that a character is going to get killed, you can cancel it, or you can go through with it.
Protection against malevolence and trickery.
Good evening, Mr. Nithercott.
And good evening to you too, my good sir. Can I be of any help?
Do you need medical attention, sir?
It may be wise to let you prescribe me something. I don't feel like I should.
I don't have any more. Nope.
I will see you later. I'll leave you alone.
some trickery. You are blinded by your false faith, imprisoned by your
Rosie, that guy sounds edible.
Joe, please, I don't have your money. Come on, Barrett, you know the game. You played it before.
Alright, so let's actually evolve. I got quite a bit of XP that I can use, about 5,000. Although there are things that cost 1,500 XP and some that cost 2,000 XP. Oh, hang on, what's this new thing to analyze? It's just another serum. Thick, rich blood sample. A small dose of thick, rich blood that can be used to create blood serums for vampires. I was hoping for something related to being able to cure a different kind of ailment. Rosie, fun fact, vampirism changes your Hippocratic oath to a hypocritic one, so eating your patients is fired. That's a good wordplay there. Alright, and then it shows you when you use XP and it goes to the next night, it gives you an update on your health status for your districts. So the West End is now considered healthy, 92%. Whitechapel is serious condition at 67%. Pembroke Hospital is 92, 93, 94% healthy. The Docks is now healthy at 91%. Merchants, your actions have impacted the borough's economy. The prices and stocks of the merchants in this district may have changed. Rosie, given the incompressible nature of blood, increasing your blood volume should make you fat or replace less dense things like your bones or your brain. Yeah. It's interesting thinking about real life blood statistics versus fictional vampire sort of like stuff and what would actually really affect it and stuff. Unless there's something about a vampire's metabolism that plays into it or something.
Maybe it's time to see if this Christine
Oh, I can actually access this area again. Rosie, are vampires edible? Well, you can actually bite other vampires and get blood from them. Ah, treatment for headache. Alright, so that's what we needed. Hang on, medical voucher. Medical voucher printed in English and Romanian that grants a free medical exam. So that's how we get that. That's how we get a cure for migraine. Or headache, I mean. Migraine's a separate category.
As long as you have the money.
Casper, migraines and headaches? Just drink more blood. That's all. Simple.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the streets. Not me.
How are you?
I'm not your...
Do you need a
Please.
There you go.
Very fun.
Goodbye. How are...
I'm not your...
Have conditions improved in Whitechapel?
I'm ready for whatever's coming.
Goodbye, young man.
Rosie, how's your blood, boy? How is it? So I've got 4 people that are suffering from a headache. It's taken a while to be able to do that. So need 4 and 1 of cold. Oh, hang on. Okay, so I don't actually have the recipe for it to craft it. I only have it to administer. Because I don't know the recipe for it yet. Okay, game. Well, I guess they're not getting cured of the headache then, because I'm not going to do it unless I can cure all of them, and there's 4 of them. And that's only 2 for that.
We were slaves once, the daylight guardians of the vampires. I was born into servitude, yet I harbored them no ill will. Even took a vampire for my bride. It was forbidden, our union. Victor feared a blending of the species. Feared it so much he killed her, his own daughter, burnt alive for loving me. This is his war, Victor's, and he spent the last 600 years exterminating my species.
What's that from? Underworld. Yeah, never saw those movies. Motherfuckers! I do wish we could chat longer, but I'm having an old friend for dinner. Bye. Clarice, hang on. I do wish we could chat longer, but I'm having an old friend for dinner. Bye. Dr. Lecter, Dr. Lecter, Dr. Lecter, Dr. Lecter. Having a friend for dinner, literally. That's right, yeah. Yeah. It's times like these, I wish this game had fast travel. I kind of get sick of having to actually literally travel all the way to different spots. Mind if I get a hit in game? Thank you. Coda gives new meaning to be a dinner guest, side course or main meal. Yeah. You're joining for dinner to be part of dinner.
Malevolence and trickery. You are blinded by your false faith. Imprisoned.
Hello again, miss. Tell me about Richard Nethercott. I understand he is quite fond of you, Camellia. Very well. Goodbye, then.
Morbidity can breathe its own beauty.
Senny, thank you so very much for 48 months of subscribing in a row. Thank you very, very much. That's amazing, man. 4 years worth. 4 years. Holy shit. And many more indeed, that's for sure. Yeah. Before becoming affiliated. Of great impressions. Insightful discussions and passionate rage moments. Here's to many more. Absolutely, you'll definitely still have a lot of those moments coming from me, that is for sure. Thank you, dude. That's amazing. Thank you very much for that support. Really appreciate it. Hope things are going well. Hope you're enjoying your vacation. No worries, Senny. Hope Vampyre's going well today. Cheers, Crooked. It is going pretty well. We're in Chapter 4. And I've leveled up a bit more. There's some characters that we've met that we couldn't before because the district wasn't available to us yet. So things have opened up a bit more in that respect. So we now have access to all the districts in the game. Still have some characters to meet that I haven't come across yet, but there's about 6 chapters, and there's like a epilogue as well. Still am, thanks. Today it's pouring again, so it's going to be a stay in and chill day for you, but that's also fine. Yeah, the weather for you when you've been away hasn't really been ideal, has it? Like, but that's good that you're able to get some skiing in at all, you know, given all the changes with the weather and stuff. This game has a lot more content than you thought it would have. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty packed, and being able to decide whether or not you wait to get a character's XP all the way up to kill them, or to, you know, not, and all that kind of stuff. There's a character that I have all the clues for. Their blood quality is the fullest. They're worth 5,000 XP, but their mesmerized level is above mine by 1. So that means I can't use the mesmerize to kill them. At the moment, now though, I'm trying to find out where to go to get to where I need to go to get to where I need to go. There's no fast travel system in this game, so you have to get to each district on foot. Plus, there's some contrived reasons why we can't access this area, because...
It's locked, all right.
It's locked. A door's locked. We're playing a vampire. This door is our enemy. It's locked. Crocodile lovely. It's not like you could just smash through it or climb it. Exactly. That's the thing. The balance between gameplay logic and who or what you're playing as, and trying to get that balance right. What they could have done is they could have made the doors that are locked blocked by a weakness that vampires have, you know. That would make a bit more sense.
I have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Oh, it does, Crooked, yeah, using the dash. Because I've got a lot more stamina now, it means I can do that quite a lot of times before it gets to nothing.
A leech! A leech!
I've never seen so many people.
All for England, but England won't fight for us. Stupid beast!
Kill it all you deserve.
Look lively! It's on to us!
We meet again, Mr. Kimura, in a more peaceful situation.
Dr. Reid, still visiting London by night?
We must both be nocturnal animals, you and I. After your captivity, I thought you'd be more cautious.
Breathing the cold night air helps calm my mind, sir. I've had the most frightening nightmares since I escaped that filthy jail.
How is the situation in the West End?
I've heard rumors about armed men patrolling and fighting infected citizens in these very streets. I was lucky they didn't shoot me when I was abducted.
May I ask you what you do for a living, Mr. Kimura?
I was a landlord. A wealthy one. And not a very kind one, I realized recently.
Why this sudden epiphany? Is it because of your near-death experience?
I was already feeling nostalgic about Weymouth, my hometown. With recent events, I'm thinking about going back there.
What can you tell me about your abduction?
If you really want to know, I was locked in that building for 3 or 4 days. My jailer was insane, mumbling about sacrifice and voices.
And why didn't he sacrifice you?
That was the weirdest part. He claimed to spill blood was not enough. It had to be done when some stars were aligned.
Which stars?
That's the whole point. He wanted me to talk to him about some Red Queen configuration or constellation. I've never heard of such an astronomical term.
What did he say about voices?
He constantly whined about the voice of his master, ordering him to do terrible things. He wanted to silence the voice by offering blood. My blood.
Crooked, you could record many a citizen from this game. You definitely could, dude. You definitely could. It's funny how one word said a certain way in one game can create a kind of like... What's the word I'm looking for? Damn, I was about to say the word, but then I forgot it. I hate when that happens. No, I've lost it. I've lost the word now. Association, that's it. Can create such an association that when you see or hear the word in something else, that's what you think of, you know. It's like playing a game, like you could be playing some RPG and it says, you know, the main character walked up to the citizen and said hello, you know.
Why are you so nostalgic for your hometown, Tadao?
I was focused so much on making money, I almost forgot that my relatives and friends are threatened by this epidemic.
Citizen, I'll smash you like an old potato.
Have you heard anything from your family?
I was not only a bad landlord, I was also a bad husband. I've not seen my wife and son for years. Busy, busy, busy.
At least now you're ready to go back and see them. But don't be surprised if your son bears a grudge, sir.
You make it sound like you suffered from an absent father yourself, Dr. Reid. Well, I'll keep your warning in mind.
Have you no friends at all?
Over the years, I'm afraid my greed turned me into my friend's adversary, while I became friends with my professional rivals.
Those you grew up with didn't share your views on money and success.
Would you believe I was once a member of poetry circles and an astronomy club? We were young, such joyful dreamers then. But I stopped laughing long ago.
Can you change? And is it what you really want? If so, it must come from within, not without.
I've seen what an altruistic gesture can do. Nothing forced you to save me, Dr. Reid, but you did. I will follow your example in these matters from now on.
Good. Now we won't kill you. Crooked, that would be food waste, especially with the shortages of the French Revolution. Exactly. It's like, come on, you got to consider these things in those sorts of situations. Even one crumb too much could be way overboard.
Follow my example, then. Find a complete stranger and help him or her the best you can. Then invite him or her to do the same.
You know what? That's not a bad plan, actually. And I should start with my family, for they are almost strangers to me now.
Oh, what? We failed a hint from that choice? That seemed like a very positive choice. Oh well. Fair enough. I mean, it doesn't really matter for this character because I'm not going to kill him. But yeah, that's an example of how a hint can be lost and there's no indication when this is going to happen. So it's one of those things where you're just gambling when you make those decisions as to what the outcome will be in that regard.
Goodbye, Mr. Kimura. Take care.
They're all around you. Wait!
Good evening, old chap. Are you all right?
I won't lie to you, Johnny. I'm not a well man.
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Can you help me?
Infection is everywhere these days. But if you ever go to the park near that swanky house belonging to the Mullaneys...
Yes? What about the Mullaneys? What about their house?
Not enough noise for a big family with children. Not enough movement. Closed doors. What is going on in there? I wonder.
You need some rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep.
I know which character I haven't asked that about yet. I haven't actually spoken to this character yet at all.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Jonathan, is that you? I did not know you were back in London. Oh, my dear Johnny, I'm so sorry for your loss. Mary was such a sweetheart.
Thank you, Venus. May I come in?
I was going to bed, actually.
I can feel like, let me in.
I'm sure you can spare me a few minutes. For old time's sake.
Of course you may enter, Jonathan. At least you survived the Great War.
Loot first, talk later. The characters in this game don't care if you steal right in front of them. Go and have a look in here. Just leave all your shillings lying on a table. Yeah. Let's go upstairs. Have a good gander. Crooked, that's the Witcher way. It is true. Like, let me in. The Lost Library. Do vampires have allies among the living? Yes, they do. They call themselves the Brotherhood, and they serve their immortal masters in many ways, probably in exchange for privileges and knowledge. Somewhere in London is the seat of their power, where their secret council conspire against us. I call it the Lost Library. It's a place where these traitors gather many occult and lost books. I personally offer £1,000 to the first who can give me the proof of the existence of this library and its exact location. Clarence Crossley. For more information, please contact me directly. Uh-huh. He's old, mate.
It's locked.
You're a vampire. Bust it open. Venus's Journal. 9th of July, 1918. I spent the last day and night crying tears of joy. I did not know bliss could be so painful. My Clarence just wrote me. He is back from the war alive and unharmed. He will be at home in 2 weeks. Thank you, God. Thank you so much. I can't wait to see my beloved husband again. 14th of August, 1918. Clarence's attitude still worries me. He is not the same since he came back. The first few weeks, I thought it was just the necessary adjustment period, but his behavior seems to be more and more erratic. Nowadays, he spends all his time outside, day and night, searching for evidence. He does not care about the flu. He does not care about me. He is starting to frighten me. 21st of September, 1918. I can't believe this. Clarence has spent half of his pension to print some stupid leaflets he now wants to freely give away in the neighborhood. People are starting to laugh at me. Now he wants to organize some public lecture in a recently closed theater to warn people about the presence of evil creatures in London. Free entry, of course. My husband may have come back unharmed from the war, but I'm afraid he lost his mind over there. 24th of September, 1918. Clarence has confessed he has not spent half of his pension, but all of it, plus some of our savings. Paper and inks cost so much because of the war, he said. But it is a cost we must pay. People openly mock us now. I don't know what to do. 5th of October, 1918. Today the butcher, Mr. Galway, sent me the monthly fee and requested payment in full. He also told me he now demands to be paid each time we buy some meat from his shop. No more credit. The baker asked the same thing 2 days ago. First, I thought it was a new policy because of the restrictions and the epidemic, but it seems my friends still have financial arrangements from the same shop. I was so ashamed I could not speak. 8th of October 1918. We can't keep on like this. Clarence is completely mad. He is spending all the money we have, and I don't see how to stop him. Sometimes I wish he did not come back from the war.
It's a pleasure to see you again, Venus.
So you returned from the war in one piece too. Thank God. My Clarence is back home too.
How is the old rascal?
Probably outside, chasing ghosts and chimeras. Clarence has changed a lot since he returned from the war, you know.
How have you been since the last time we met? How long has it been? 3 years now?
I've done my duty, like all British women. You have no idea what it was like to wait for months without knowing if I'd still be a wife or a widow.
I understand. Luckily, this part of town has been saved from the worst of the bombings, from what I've seen.
Yes, and it's also true about the epidemic. The flu has killed here too, of course, but not on such a large scale as in other parts of town.
Have you noticed anything peculiar about the neighborhood recently?
You mean except for your return to town? No. Oh, and again, Jonathan, please accept my condolences for your sister.
Thank you, Venus. It was so sudden. And I've been so busy, I haven't spoken to anyone about it.
I wish I could have assisted at the funeral, but you know, it's been so quick. And what with the epidemic in the streets?
There's no need to apologize, my dear. It's normal, considering the circumstances.
No, it's not. I am sure that Clarence has not even thought to present you his condolences. He is too busy with his penny dreadful stories.
Hey there, Shaky. How's it going? Welcome on in.
Why is my return so surprising?
It's more an unexpected happy end than a surprise. You and Clarence, back from the war. You have no idea how hard it's been for me.
Nice. She was in Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Just credited as additional voices, though. And in Valhalla, she plays voice. Oh, would you look at that? She was in the James Bond 007 game Bloodstone. As additional voices.
Venus, why do you worry so much about your family's reputation?
Everyone laughs at Clarence now. And they avoid me because they believe I share his insane opinions. I'm a leper in my own community.
A leper? For me? No thanks. Shaky, hey Rod, hope the game is treating you fairly. Sometimes. Sometimes enemies gang up on you and do combinations that you can't block. Or I should say you can't do a stun attack against. And stuff. But no, it's been going well though. We're up to chapter 4 of the story.
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Have you noticed anything unusual?
The McPhersons. I heard they locked themselves in their own house.
They could just be afraid of getting sick.
Perhaps you're right. But if I were you, I'd pay them a visit. A big house, reachable through a courtyard, to the north of the railway bridge.
Goodbye for now.
I'm so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
No invitation is needed to enter this building. That can't be a good sign. No sign of a struggle. It seems Charlotte's friend knew the killer and let him in.
This is related to a side quest. Emily's love letter, 5th of November 1918. My dear Jacques, I can't wait to see you again. Tonight, tomorrow, I can hardly wait. Since we kissed on that bridge while the moon was so bright in the night sky, I want to feel your teeth again on my lips. Oh, the excruciating pain of your sweet bite on my neck. You devil, you. For the longest second ever, I feared you were going to kill me right there, on the bridge, in the middle of the night. But no, my dear Jacques. You remain the delicate fiancé I know you are, and you are only teasing me. I can't wait to drink your blood, for good, this time, and come back to my sweet friend Charlotte as an immortal. To play with her a little at first, of course, like you taught me how to play with mortals, and then I'll turn her into one of us too, and we will rule the Knights of London, and cleanse this city of its impure souls. Faithfully always, Emily.
Emily wanted to become a vampire. Something must have gone wrong. Someone is responsible for this mess. But who? Blood. I should follow the trail.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question.
I'm the Marquis de Bois-Colombes, and I strongly invite you to find your own game, sir.
I appreciate the invitation, but I'm here to solve the mystery concerning the death of a young woman killed by a vampire.
A young woman killed by a vampire? Oh, you're joking, right? Oh, I do love the British sense of humor.
And who exactly are you?
I am Jacques-Michel Guillaume Florimond, the Marquis de Bois-Colombes, at your service, my dear cousin.
You're French, but your English is quite good.
I was born in France, sir, but I consider myself a traveler of this world. So many countries, so many tantalizing tastes.
Dear cousin, are we related?
We could be of the same blood, my dear. I tend to consider all Econs as family, don't you?
What are you doing here?
I recently decided to visit London. I've always dreamed of visiting a city on the verge of collapse. Such a delicate, yet intense spectacle.
Krugen, he surely isn't a vampire. Oh no. No, he's a werewolf.
You take pleasure from others' misery.
I have been a totally depraved and immoral creature since the day I was reborn, sir. And probably before.
What do you plan to do here?
Take pleasure. Take pictures. Enjoy the show. Have fun. Believe me, I won't be the only foreign immortal who bought a ticket to the fair.
I followed the trail of blood from her room to here.
Oh, you're referring to that young woman. Yes, the meeting turned messy. I'm afraid I ruined my last redingote.
So you admit you murdered her?
I admit nothing, my good sir. I only regret the blood of that girl staining my clothes. Oh, blood can be so messy.
What happened?
She wanted to become one of us. Not the first time I have received such a proposal, but I must admit her direct approach tempted me.
And then what?
The body rejected my blood. It happens, you know, sometimes even with voluntary prey. At least her gurglings brought me some fun, until the artery burst.
I believe you, sir. Emily's diary confirms your statement.
Oh, Emily was her name. Quite charming. Well, mystery solved then.
Yes, I suppose so. You can go.
And so can you. Farewell, sir. May you enjoy the spectacle of this fallen city as much as I do.
Someone you're close to.
Good evening, old chap. Are you all right?
I won't lie to you, Johnny. I'm not a well man.
You need some rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep. Good evening, Miss Ashbury.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reid.
I have found out what happened to your friend, Emily.
I can handle the truth. There's no need to hide the bloody details.
Your friend was planning to become a vampire. She thought she'd met an honest one and made a deal with him. Unfortunately, Emily did not survive the process.
My mother told me many times about the risks of being turned. I often suspected she exaggerated the danger to avoid me being tempted.
No, the risk is real. Have you any idea what a body has to endure? To become an organism entirely consumed by its need to process and recombine blood.
I should never have talked to Emily about vampires. I never thought she'd actually try it without me. Thank you, sir. Here, take this for your discretion.
Charlotte's steak. Offhand melee weapon. Cool.
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Have you noticed anything unusual recently?
A few days ago, I spotted a strange house while campaigning for women's suffrage. Awful smell. No answer when I knocked.
Where is it?
It's the Mullaneys, a nice family who live in a big house near the park in the eastern part of this neighborhood.
Goodbye, Charlotte. Give my best regards to your mother when you see her.
She's been quite busy these last few nights.
There is this dude.
Good evening, Dr. Reid. A great night, what?
What? What?
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Have you noticed anything unusual?
Not really. Wait, now that you mention it, I don't see the McPhersons in my favorite restaurants. They love delicate meals too, you understand.
Thank you. It may be nothing, but I'll investigate anyway. Where do they live?
They have a house in the southern part of the district, somewhere north of the railway bridge. There is a courtyard, if I remember rightly.
Goodbye, Mr. Russell. I'm sure you'll take care of yourself.
Don't let any strangers come into your house.
to this.
Watch yourselves! There's one of them! Murdering bastard!
Steady, boys, filthy fucking beast!
It's locked, all right. That building is under quarantine. Could this be what I'm looking for? I have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing this. I have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing this. I have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing this.
A remarkable pump-action shotgun. Hey, Anasune. How's things going? Thank you, game, for making me get stuck on the environment. Oh, that's good, Anasune. That's great. Love letter. Darling, thank you for your precious perfume and the fur coat. Can't wait to feel your hands on my shivering skin, for only you, my hero, can make me feel that desired. Please come back to me soon, for I'm dying to press my timid bosom to your chest again. Yes, my beloved, my precious, come back to me, and I promise you a night of eternal and unbridled passion. Right now I'm wearing nothing but your last gifts. Oh yes, I'm burning for you, and I can't wait for you to share my untamable lust. Your devoted Doris Fletcher.
So the husband had an affair with Doris Fletcher.
Anasune, honestly, you don't really get, Yubi, how they made a couple of really strong connections between the games, but still saying Watch Dogs and Assassin's Creed are still different things. It's like if someone smoked a cigar in front of you and went, oh yeah, by the way, I don't smoke. That's true, Anasune, yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Hey Ishimura, welcome on in. Hope it's going well. Dr. Casper, darling, someone called.
Doris Fletcher seems to be the missing link here. It can't just be a coincidence. I should go to her acting school.
Ishimura, you liked this game when you played it. Singer of the boss fights are quite tricky. Took a number of attempts. Oh, some, not Singer. Yeah, I found some can be very frustrating. Enemies can do a flurry of attacks that you can't dodge out of sometimes too, locking you in. And also ganging up on you as well.
It's locked.
Oh my god! Get their weapons ready! We found one!
Ishimura, yeah, the lady in the cemetery you found a bit hard. Oh yeah. Yeah, she also had attacks that if you walked into the trap, it could really do a lot of damage to you and then stun you, and then she could teleport to you and do a flurry of attacks and kill you, you know. That kind of stuff.
No civilians allowed, sir.